Mahabharata, Book 3, Section 121. Lomesa said, O king, when the Nriga performed a sacrifice here, he gratified Indra, the demolisher of hostile cities, by offering the soma juice. And Indra was refreshed and was very much pleased. Here the gods, together with Indira, and the protectors of all born beings, celebrated sacrifices of various kinds on a large scale, and paid abundant gratuities to the ministering priests. Here King Vyasa, the lord of the world, satisfied Indra, the holder of the thunderbolt, by the offer of the soma juice, when 7 horse sacrifices were performed by that king. The articles which in other sacrificial rites are uniformly made of the timber, wood, and of earth, were all made of gold in the 7 sacrifices performed by him. And it is said that in all those rites, 7 sets of stakes, rings for the sacrificial stakes, spots, ladles, utensils, spoons were prepared by him. On each sacrificial stake, 7 rings were fastened at the top. And, O Yudhishthira, the celestials together with Indira themselves erected the sacrificial stakes of shining gold which had been prepared for his sacred rites. In all those magnificent sacrifices instituted by Gaia, the protector of the earth, Indira was delighted by drinking the soma juice, and the ministering priests were gratified with the gratuities paid to them. And the priests obtained untold wealth counted out to them. And as the sand grains of the earth, or as the stars in the sky, or as the raindrops when it raineth, cannot be counted by anyone, so the wealth Gaia gave away was incapable of being counted by figures. So untold was the wealth, O great king, that was given to the ministering priests in all those 7 sacrifices that even the above-mentioned objects might be counted by figures, but the gratuities bestowed by him whose largeness exceeded all that was known before were not capable of being counted by figures. And images of the goddess of speech were made of gold by the sculptor of the gods, and the king gratified the members of the sacerdotal caste, who had arrived from all the cardinal points, by making presents to them of those images of gold. O protector of men! When the high-souled Gaia performed his sacrificial rites, he erected sacrificial piles at so many different spots that but little space was left on the surface of the earth. And, O scion of Bharata's race, he by that sacred act attained the regions of Indra. Whoever should bathe in the river, Payasini, would go to the regions attained by Gaia. Therefore, O Lord of Kings, O unswerving Prince, thou and thy brothers should bathe in this river, then, O protector of the earth, thou wilt be freed from all these sins. Vyasa said, O most praiseworthy of men, Yudhishthira with his brothers performed ablutions in the Payasini river. Then, O sinless prince, the powerful monarch together with his brothers journeyed to the hill of sapphires and the great river Narmada. The blessed Saint Lomesa then named to him all the delightful holy spots and all the sacred shrines of the celestials. Then he with his brothers visited those places according to his desire and convenience. And at various places Brahmanas by thousands received gifts from him. Lomesa said, O son of Kunti, one who visits the Sapphire Hill and plunges his body in the river Narmada attains the regions inhabited by the celestials and kings. O most praiseworthy of men! This period is the junction between the Treta and the Kali age, O Kunti's son. This is the period when a person gets rid of all his sins. O respected sir! This is the spot where Saryati performed sacrificial rites, wherein Indra appeared in a visible form and drank the soma juice, with the 2 celestial physicians. And Bhrigu's son of severe austerities conceived anger towards the great Indra, and the mighty Chayavana paralyzed Indra, and for his wife obtained the princess, Sukanya. Yudhishthira said, How was the chastiser of the demon Paka, the god possessed of the 6 attributes, paralyzed by Chayavana? And for what reason did the mighty saint conceive wrath towards Indra? And how, O Brahmana, did he raise the celestial physicians to the rank of the drinkers of soma? All this, precisely as it happened, thy venerable self will be pleased to recount to me. Mahabharata, Book 3, Section 122. Lomesa said, A son was born to the great Saint Bhrigu, Chayavana by name. And he, of an exceedingly resplendent form, began to practice austerities by the side of yonder lake. And, O Pandu's son, O protector of men, He of mighty energy assumed the posture called vira, quiet and still like an inanimate post, and for a long period remained at the same spot of ground. And he was turned into an anthill covered over with creepers. And after the lapse of a long period, swarms of ants enveloped him. And covered all over with ants, the sagacious saint looked exactly like a heap of earth. And he went on practicing austerities, enveloped on all sides with that anthill. Now after the lapse of a long space of time, that ruler of earth, Seriati by name, for amusement visited this pleasant and excellent lake. With him were 4,000 females, espoused by him, O son of Bharata's race. There was also his only daughter endued with beautiful brows, named Sukanya. She surrounded by her maids, and decked out with jewels fit for the celestials, while walking about, approached the anthill where Bhrigu's son was seated. And surrounded by her maids, she began to amuse herself there, viewing the beautiful scenery, and looking at the lofty trees of the wood. And she was handsome and in the prime of her youth, and she was amorous and bent on frolicking. And she began to break the twigs of the forest trees bearing blossoms. And Bhrigu's son, endued with intelligence, beheld her wandering like lightning, without her maids, and wearing a single piece of cloth and decked with ornaments. And seeing her in the lone forest, that ascetic of exceeding effulgence was inspired with desire. And that regenerate rishi possessing ascetic energy, who had a low voice, called the auspicious one, but she heard him not. Then seeing the eyes of Bhrigu's son from the ant-hill, Sukanya from curiosity and losing her sense, said, "What is this?" And with thorns pierced the eyes of the rishi. And as his eyes being pierced by her, he felt exceeding pain and became wroth. And, from anger, he obstructed the calls of nature of Seriati's forces. And on their calls of nature being obstructed, the men were greatly afflicted. And seeing this state of things, the king asked, "Who is it that hath done wrong to the illustrious son of Bhrigu, old and ever engaged in austerities and of wrathful temper? Tell me quick if ye know it." The soldiers, thereupon, answered him, saying, "We do not know whether any one hath done wrong to the rishi. Do thou, as thou list, make a searching inquiry into the matter." Thereupon that ruler of earth, using, as he saw occasion, both menace and conciliation, asked his friends about the circumstance. But they too did not know anything. Seeing that the army was distressed owing to the obstruction of the calls of nature, and also finding her father aggrieved, Sukanya said, "Roving in the forest, I lighted in the ant-hill here upon some brilliant substance. Thereupon taking it for a glowworm, I neared it, and pierced it with thorns. Hearing this, Seriati immediately came to the ant-hill, and there saw Bhrigu's son, old both in years and austerities. Then the Lord of Earth, with joined hands, besought the ascetic, saying, "It behoveth thee to forgive what my daughter through ignorance and greenness hath done unto thee." Chayavana the son of Bhrigu addressed the monarch, saying, "Disregarding me, this one, filled with pride, hath pierced my eyes. Even her, O king, endued with beauty and who was bereft of her senses by ignorance and temptation, even thy daughter would I have for my bride. I tell thee truly, on this condition alone will I forgive thee." Lomesa said, hearing the words of the sage, Seriati, without pausing, bestowed his daughter on the high-souled Chayavana. Having received the hand of that girl, the Holy One was pleased with the king. And having won the rishi's grace, the king went to his city, accompanied by his troops. And the faultless Sukanya, also having obtained that ascetic for her husband, began to tend him, practicing penances, and observing the ordinance. And that one of a graceful countenance, and void of guile, worshipped Chayavana, and also ministered unto guests, and the sacred fire. Mahabharata, Book 3, Section 123. Lomesa said, "Once on a time, O king, those celestials, namely the twin Ashwins, happened to behold Sukanya, when she had, just, bathed, and when her person was bare. And seeing that one of excellent limbs, and like unto the daughter of the Lord of Celestials, the nose-born Ashwins neared her, and addressed her, saying, O thou of shapely thighs, whose daughter art thou? And what doest thou in this wood? O auspicious one, O thou of excellent grace, we desire to know this, do thou therefore tell us." Thereupon she replied bashfully unto those foremost of celestials, "Know me as Seriati's daughter, and Chayavana's wife." Thereat the Ashwins again spake unto her, smiling. What for, O fortunate one, hath thy father bestowed thee on a person who is verging on death? Surely, O timid girl, thou shinest in this wood like lightning. Not in the regions of the celestials themselves, O girl, have our eyes lighted on thy like. O damsel, unadorned and without gay robes as thou art, thou beautifiest this wood exceedingly. Still, O thou of faultless limbs, thou canst not look so beautiful, when, as at present, thou art soiled with mud and dirt, as thou couldst, if decked with every ornament and wearing gorgeous apparel. Why, O excellent girl, in such plight servest thou a decrepit old husband, and one that hath become incapable of realizing pleasure and also of maintaining thee, O thou of luminous smiles? O divinely beautiful damsel, do thou, forsaking Chayavanna, accept one of us for husband. It behoveth thee not to spend thy youth fruitlessly. Thus addressed Sukanya answered the celestials, saying, I am devoted to my husband, Chayavanna. Do ye not entertain any doubts regarding my fidelity? Thereupon they again spake unto her, We too are the celestial physicians of note. We will make thy lord young and graceful. Do thou then select one of us, viz., ourselves and thy husband, for thy partner. Promising this, do thou, O auspicious one, bring hither thy husband. O king, agreeably to their words she went to Bhrigu's son and communicated to him what the two celestials had said. Hearing her message, Chayavanna said unto his wife, Do thou so. Having received the permission of her lord, she returned to the celestials, and said, Do ye so? Then hearing her words, viz., Do ye so, they spoke unto the king's daughter. Let thy husband enter into water. Thereat Chayavanna, desirous of obtaining beauty, quickly entered into water. The twin Ashwins also, O king, sank into the sheet of water. And the next moment they all came out of the tank in surpassingly beautiful forms, and young and wearing burnished earrings. And all, possessed of the same appearance pleasing to behold, addressed her, saying, O fortunate one, do thou choose one of us for spouse. And O beauteous one, do thou select him for lord who may please thy fancy. Finding, however, all of them of the same appearance, she deliberated, and at last ascertaining the identity of her husband, even selected him. Having obtained coveted beauty and also his wife, Chayavanna, of exceeding energy, well pleased, spake these words unto the nose-born celestials, Since at your hands, an old man, I have obtained youth and beauty, and also this wife of mine, I will, well pleased, make you quaffers of the soma juice in the presence of the Lord of Celestials himself. This I tell you truly. Hearing this, highly delighted, the twins ascended to heaven, and Chayavanna and Sukanya too passed their days happily, even like celestials. Mahabharata, Book 3, Section 124. Lomesa said, Now the news came to Saryati that Chayavanna had been turned into a youth. And well pleased he came, accompanied by his troops, to the hermitage of the son of Bhrigu. And he saw Chayavanna and Sukanya, like two children sprung from celestials, and his joy and that of his wife were as great as if the king had conquered the entire world. And the ruler of earth together with his wife was received honorably by that saint. And the king seated himself near the ascetic, and entered into a delightful conversation of an auspicious kind. Then, O king, the son of Bhrigu spake to the king these words of a soothing nature, I shall, O king, officiate at a religious ceremony to be performed by thee, let the requisite articles, therefore, be procured. Thereat, that protector of earth Saryati, experienced the very height of joy, and O great king, he expressed his approbation of the proposal made by Chayavanna. And on an auspicious day, suitable for the commencement of a sacrificial ceremony, Saryati ordered the erection of a sacrificial shrine of an excellent description and splendidly furnished with all desirable things. There Chayavanna, the son of Bhrigu, officiated for the king as his priest. Now listen to me relating the wonderful events which happened at that spot. Chayavanna took up a quantity of the soma juice, in order that he might offer the same to the Ashwins, who were physicians to the celestials. And while the saint was taking up the intended offering for those celestial twins, Indra pronounced his interdiction, saying, These Ashwins, both of them in my opinion, have no right to receive an offering of the soma juice. They are the physicians of the celestials in heaven, this vocation of theirs hath disentitled them in the matter of soma. Thereupon Chayavanna said, These two are of mighty enterprise, possessed of mighty souls, and uncommonly endued with beauty and grace. And they, O Indra, have converted me into an eternally youthful person, even like unto a celestial. Why shouldst thou and the other celestials have a right to the distilled soma juice, and not they? O Lord of the celestials, O demolisher of hostile towns! Be it known to thee that the Ashwins also rank as gods. At this, Indra spake, saying, These two practice the healing art, so they are but servants. And assuming forms at their pleasure they roam about in the world of mortal beings. How can they then rightfully claim the juice of the soma? Lomesa said, when these very identical words were spoken again and again by the Lord of Celestials, the son of Bhrigu, setting Indra at naught, took up the offering he had intended to make. And as he was about to take up an excellent portion of the soma juice with the object of offering it to the two Ashwins, the destroyer of the demon Vala, Indra, observed his act, and thus spoke unto him, If thou take up the soma with a view to offering it to those celestials, I shall hurl at thee my thunderbolt of awful form, which is superior to all the weapons that exist. Thus addressed by Indra, the son of Bhrigu cast at Indra a smiling glance, and took up in due form a goodly quantity of the soma juice, to make an offering to the Ashwins. Then Sachi's lord hurled at him the thunderbolt of awful form. And as he was about to launch it, his arm was paralyzed by Bhrigu's son. And having paralyzed his arm, Chayavana recited sacred hymns, and made offering on the fire. His object gained, he now attempted to destroy that celestial. Then by the virtue of that saint's ascetic energy, an evil spirit came into being, a huge demon, Mata by name, of great strength and gigantic proportions. And his body was incapable of being measured either by demons or by gods. And his mouth was terrible and of huge size, and with teeth of sharpened edge. And one of his jaws rested on the earth, and the other stretched to heaven. And he had 4 fangs, each extending as far as 100 yojanas, and his other fangs were extended to the distance of 10 yojanas, and were of a form resembling towers on a palace, and which might be likened to the ends of spears. And his 2 arms were like unto hills, and extended 10,000 yojanas, and both were of equal bulk. And his 2 eyes resembled the sun and the moon, and his face rivaled the conflagration at the universal dissolution. And he was licking his mouth with his tongue, which, like lightning, knew no rest. And his mouth was open, and his glance was frightful, and seemed as if he would forcibly swallow up the world. The demon rushed at the celestial by whom 100 sacrifices had been performed. And his intent was to devour that deity. And the world resounded with the loud and frightful sounds uttered by the Asura. Mahabharata, Book 3, Section 125. Lomesa said, when the god who had performed 100 sacrifices, Indra, beheld the demon Mata of a frightful mien, coming towards him with open mouth, his intention being to devour him, and looking like the god of death himself, while his own arms remained paralyzed, he through fear repeatedly licked the corners of his mouth. Then the Lord of the Celestials, tortured with fright, spake to Chayavana, saying, O Bhrigu's son! O Brahmana! Verily I tell thee as truth itself, that from this day forward the 2 Ashwins will be entitled to the soma juice. Be merciful to me. My undertaking can never come to naught. Let this be the rule. And I know, O saint of the sacerdotal caste, that thy work can never come to nothing. These 2 Ashwins will have a right to drink the soma juice, since thou hast made them entitled to the same. And, O Bhrigu's son, I have done this but to spread the fame of thy powers, and my object was to give thee an occasion for displaying thy powers. My other object was that the fame of the father of this Sukanya here might spread everywhere. Therefore be merciful to me, let it be as thou wishest. Being thus addressed by Indra, the wrath of Chayavana of mighty soul was quickly appeased, and he set free the demolisher of hostile cities, Indra. And the powerful saint, O king, distributed Mata, literally intoxication, and put it piecemeal in drinks, in women, in gambling, and in field sports, even this same Mata who had been created repeatedly before. Having thus cast down the demon Mata and gratified Indra with a soma draught and assisted King Saryati in worshipping all the gods together with the 2 Ashwins, and also spread his fame for power over all the worlds, the best of those endued with speech passed his days happily in the wood, in the company of Sukanya, his loving wife. This is his lake, shining, O king, and resounding with the voice of birds. Here must thou, together with thy uterine brothers, offer libations of water to thy forefathers and the gods. And, O ruler of earth, O scion of Bharata's race, having visited it and Sikataksha also, thou shalt repair to the Saint Hava wood, and behold a number of small artificial rivers. And O great king, O scion of Bharata's race, thou shalt touch the waters of all the holy lakes, and reciting the hymns of the god Stanu, Shiva, meet with success in every undertaking. For this is the junction, O most praiseworthy of men, of the two ages of the world, viz., Dwapara and Treta. It is a time, O Kunti's son, capable of destroying all the sins of a person. Here do thou perform ablutions, for the spot is able to remove all the sins of an individual. Yonder is the Arkika hill, a dwelling place for men of cultured minds. Fruits of all the seasons grow here at all times, and the streams run forever. It is an excellent place fit for the celestials. And there are the holy cairns of diverse forms, set up by the celestials. O Yudhishthira, this is the bathing spot belonging to the moon. And the saints are in attendance here on all sides round. They are the dwellers of the wood and the Valakilyas and the Pavakas, who subsist on air only. These are 3 peaks and 3 springs. Thou mayst walk round them all, one by one, then thou mayst wash thyself at pleasure. Santanu, O king, and Sunaka the sovereign of men, and both Nara and Narayana have attained everlasting regions from this place. Here did the gods constantly lie down, as also the forefathers, together with the mighty saints. In this Arkika hill, they all carried on austerities. Sacrifice to them, O Yudhishthira. Here did they, also the saints, eat rice cooked in milk, O protector of men. And here is the Yamuna of an exhaustless spring. Krishna here engaged himself in a life of penances, O Pandu's son. O thou that draggest the dead bodies of thy foes. The twin brothers, and Bhimasena and Krishna and all of us will accompany thee to this spot. O Lord of men, this is the holy spring that belongeth to Indra. Here the creative and the dispensing deity, and Varuna also rose upwards, and here too they dwelt, O king, observing forbearance, and possessed of the highest faith. This excellent and propitious hill is fit for persons of a kindly and candid disposition. This is that celebrated Yamuna, O king, frequented by hosts of mighty saints, the scene of diverse religious rites, holy and destructive of the dread of sin. Here did Mandhata himself, of a mighty bow, perform sacrificial rites for the gods, and so did Somaka, O Kunti's son, who was the son of Sadeva, and a most excellent maker of gifts. Mahabharata, Book 3, Section 126. Yudhishthira said, O great Brahmana, how was that tiger among kings, Mandhata, Yuvanaswa's son, born, even he who was the best of monarchs, and celebrated over the 3 worlds? And how did he of unmeasured luster attain the very height of real power, since all the 3 worlds were as much under his subjection, as they are under that of Vishnu of mighty soul? I am desirous of hearing all this in connection with the life and achievements of that sagacious monarch. I should also like to hear how his name of Mandhata originated, belonging as it did to him who rivaled in luster Indra himself, and also how he of unrivaled strength was born, for thou art skilled in the art of narrating events. Lomesa said, Hear with attention, O king, how the name of Mandhata belonging to that monarch of mighty soul hath come to be celebrated throughout all the worlds. Yuvanaswa, the ruler of the earth, was sprung from Ikshvaku's race. That protector of the earth performed many sacrificial rites noted for magnificent gifts. And the most excellent of all virtuous men performed 1,000 times the ceremony of sacrificing a horse. And he also performed other sacrifices of the highest order, wherein he made abundant gifts. But that saintly king had no son. And he of mighty soul and rigid vows made over to his ministers the duties of the state, and became a constant resident of the woods. And he of cultured soul devoted himself to the pursuits enjoined in the sacred writ. And once upon a time, that protector of men, O king, had observed a fast. And he was suffering from the pangs of hunger, and his inner soul seemed parched with thirst. And, in this state, he entered the hermitage of Bhrigu. On that very night, O king of kings, The great saint, who was the delight of Bhrigu's race, had officiated in a religious ceremony with the object that a son might be born to Satyamni. O King of Kings! At the spot stood a large jar filled with water, consecrated with the recitation of sacred hymns, and which had been previously deposited there. And the water was endued with the virtue that the wife of Satyamni would, by drinking the same, bring forth a godlike son. Those mighty saints had deposited the jar on the altar and had gone to sleep, having been fatigued by keeping up the night. And as Satyamni passed them by, his palate was dry, and he was suffering greatly from thirst. And the king was very much in need of water to drink. And he entered that hermitage and asked for drink. And becoming fatigued, he cried in feeble voice, proceeding from a parched throat, which resembled the weak inarticulate utterance of a bird. And his voice reached nobody's ears. Then the king beheld the jar filled with water. And he quickly ran towards it, and having drunk the water, put the jar down. And as the water was cool, and as the king had been suffering greatly from thirst, the draught of water relieved the sagacious monarch and appeased his thirst. Then those saints, together with him of ascetic wealth, awoke from sleep, and all of them observed that the water of the jar had gone. Thereupon they met together and began to inquire as to who might have done it. Then Yuvanaswa truthfully admitted that it was his act. Then the revered son of Bhrigu spoke unto him, saying, "It was not proper. This water had an occult virtue infused into it, and had been placed there with the object that a son might be born to thee. Having performed severe austerities, I infused the virtue of my religious acts in this water, that a son might be born to thee. O saintly king of mighty valor and physical strength! A son would have been born to thee of exceeding strength and valor, and strengthened by austerities, and who would have sent by his bravery even Indra to the abode of the god of death. It was in this manner, O king, that this water had been prepared by me. By drinking this water, O king, thou hast done what was not at all right. But it is impossible now for us to turn back the accident which hath happened. Surely what thou hast done must have been the fiat of fate. Since thou, O great king, being athirst hast drunk water prepared with sacred hymns, and filled with the virtue of my religious labors, thou must bring forth out of thy own body a son of the character described above. To that end we shall perform a sacrifice for thee, of wonderful effect, so that, valorous as thou art, thou wilt bring forth a son equal to Indra. Nor wilt thou experience any trouble on account of the labor pains." Then when 100 years had passed away, a sun shining as the sun pierced the left side of the king endowed with a mighty soul, and came forth. And the sun was possessed of mighty strength. Nor did Yuvanaswa die, which itself was strange. Then Indra of mighty strength came to pay him a visit. And the deities inquired of the great Indra, "What is to be sucked by this boy?" Then Indra introduced his own forefinger into his mouth. And when the wielder of the thunderbolt said, "He will suck me," the dwellers of heaven together with Indra christened the boy Mandhata, literally, "Me he shall suck." Then the boy, having tasted the forefinger extended by Indra, became possessed of mighty strength, and he grew 13 cubits, O king. And O great king! The whole of sacred learning together with the holy science of arms was acquired by that masterful boy, who gained all that knowledge by the simple and unassisted power of his thought. And all at once, the bow celebrated under the name of Ajagava and a number of shafts made of horn, together with an impenetrable coat of mail, came to his possession on the very same day, O scion of Bharata's race. And he was placed on the throne by Indra himself, and he conquered the 3 worlds in a righteous way, as Vishnu did by his 3 strides. And the wheel of the car of that mighty king is irresistible in its course throughout the world. And the gems, of their own accord, came into the possession of that saintly king. This is the tract of land, O Lord of earth, which belonged to him. It abounds in wealth. He performed a number of sacrificial rites of various kinds, in which abundant gratuities were paid to the priests. O king! He of mighty force and unmeasured luster erected sacred piles, and performed splendid pious deeds, and attained the position of sitting at Indra's side. That sagacious king of unswerving piety sent forth his fiat, and simply by its virtue conquered the earth, together with the sea, that source of gems and all the cities, or, of, JBH, the earth, O great king! The sacrificial grounds prepared by him were to be found all over the earth on all sides round not a single spot, but was marked with the same. O great king! The mighty monarch is said to have given to the Brahmanas 10,000 padmas of kine. When there was a drought, which continued for 12 consecutive years, the mighty king caused rain to come down for the growth of crops, paying no heed to Indra, the wielder of the thunderbolt, who remained staring at him. The mighty ruler of the Gandhara land, born in the lunar dynasty of kings, who was terrible like a roaring cloud, was slain by him, who wounded him sorely with his shafts. O king! He of cultured soul protected the four orders of people, and by him of mighty force the worlds were kept from harm, by virtue of his austere and righteous life. This is the spot where he, lustrous like the sun, sacrificed to the god. Look at it. Here it is, in the midst of the field of the Kurus, situated in a tract, the holiest of all. O preceptor of earth! Requested by thee, I have thus narrated to thee the great life of Mandhata, and also the way in which he was born, which was a birth of an extraordinary kind. Vaisampayana said, O scion of Bharata's race! Kunti's son, thus addressed by the mighty saint, Lomesa, immediately put fresh questions to him, with regard to Somaka. Mahabharata, Book 3, Section 127. Yudhishthira said, O best of speakers! What was the extent of power and strength possessed by King Somaka? I am desirous of hearing an exact account of his deeds and of his power. Lomesa said, O Yudhishthira! There was a virtuous King Somaka by name. He had 100 wives, O king, all suitably matched to their husband. He took great care, but could not succeed in getting a single son from any one of them, and a long time elapsed during which he continued a sonless man. Once upon a time, when he had become old, and was trying every means to have a son was born to him, Janta by name, out of that century of women. And, O ruler of men! All the mothers used to sit surrounding their son, and every one giving him such objects as might conduce to his enjoyment and pleasure. And it came to pass that one day an ant stung the boy at his hip. And the boy screamed loudly on account of the pain caused by the sting. And forthwith the mothers were exceedingly distressed to see how the child had been stung by the ant. And they stood around him and set up cries. Thus there arose a tumultuous noise. And that scream of pain suddenly reached the ears of the sovereign of the earth, when he was seated in the midst of his ministers, with the family priest at his side. Then the king sent for information as to what it was about. And the royal usher explained to him precisely what the matter was with reference to his son. And Somaka got up together with his ministers and hastened towards the female apartments. And on coming there, O subjugator of foes! He soothed his son. And having done so and coming out from the female apartments, the king sat with his family priest and ministers. Somaka then spoke thus, Fie on having only a single son! I had rather be a sonless man. Considering how constantly liable to disease are all organized beings, to have an only son is but a trouble. O Brahmana! O my lord! With the view that I might have many sons born to me, this century of wives have been wedded by me, after inspection, and after I had satisfied myself that they would prove suitable to me. But issue they have none. Having tried every means, and put forth great efforts, they have borne this single son, Jantu. What grief can be greater than this? O most excellent of the twice-born caste! I am grown old in years, and so are my wives too. And yet this only son is like the breath of their nostrils, and so he is to me also. But is there any ceremony, by celebrating which one may get 100 sons? And if there is one such, tell me whether it is great or small, and easy or difficult to perform. The family priest said, There is a ceremony by virtue of which a man may get a century of sons. If thou art able to perform it, O Somaka, then I shall explain it to thee. Somaka said, Whether it be a good or an evil deed, the ceremony by which 100 sons may be born may be taken by thee as already performed. Let thy blessed self explain it to me. The family priest thereupon said, O king! Let me set on foot a sacrifice, and thou must sacrifice thy son, Jantu, in it. Then on no distant date, a century of handsome sons will be born to thee. When Jantu's fat will be put into the fire as an offering to the gods, the mothers will take a smell of that smoke and bring forth a number of sons, valorous and strong. And Jantu also will once more be born as a self-begotten son of thine in that very mother, and on his back there will appear a mark of gold. Mahabharata, Book 3, Section 128. Somaka said, O Brahmana, whatever is to be performed do precisely as it may be necessary. As I am desirous of having a number of sons, I shall do all that may be prescribed by thee. Lomesa said, Then the priest officiated in the sacrifice in which Jantu was offered as the victim. But the mothers in pity forcibly snatched the son and took him away. And they cried, We are undone. And they were smitten with torturing grief, and they caught hold of Jantu by his right hand, and wept in a piteous way. But the officiating priest held the boy by the right hand and pulled him. And like female ospreys they screamed in agony. But the priest dragged the son, killed him, and made a burnt offering of his fat in the proper form. And, O delight of the race of Kuru! While the fat was being made an offering of the agonized mothers smelt its smell, and of a sudden fell to the ground, and swooned away. And then all those lovely women became with child, and O Lord of men! O scion of Bharata's race! When 10 months had passed, a full century of sons was born to Somaka begotten on all those women. And, O monarch of the earth! Jantu became the eldest and was born of his former mother, and he became the most beloved to the women, not so were their own sons. And on his back there was that mark of gold, and of that century of sons, he was also superior in merit. Then that family priest of Somaka departed this life as also Somaka after a certain time. Now he beheld that the priest was being grilled in a terrible hell. And thereupon he questioned him, Why art thou, O Brahmana, being grilled in this hell? Then the family priest, exceedingly scorched with fire, spake to him, saying, This is the outcome of my having officiated in that sacrifice of thine. O king, hearing this, the saintly king thus spake to the god who meteth out punishments to departed souls, I shall enter here. Set free my officiating priest, this reversed man is being grilled by hellfire on my account only. Dharmaraja thereat answered thus, One cannot enjoy or suffer for another person's acts. O best of speakers! These are the fruits of thy acts, see it here. Somaka said, Without this Brahmana here, I desire not go to the blessed regions. My desire is to dwell in company with this very man either in the abode of the gods, or in hell, for, O Dharmaraja, my deed is identical with what hath been done by him, and the fruit of our virtuous or evil deed must be the same for both of us. Dharmaraja said, O king, if this is thy wish, then taste with him the fruit of that act, for the same period that he must do. After that thou shalt go to the blessed regions. Lomesa said, The lotus-eyed king did all that exactly in the way prescribed to him. And when his sins were worked off, he was set free together with the priest. O king, fond of the priest as he was, he won all those blessings to which he had entitled himself by his meritorious acts and shared everything with the family priest. This is his hermitage which looketh lovely before our eyes. Anyone would attain the blessed regions if he should spend 6 nights here controlling his passions. O king of kings! O leader of the tribe of Kurus! Here, free from excitement and self-controlled, we must spend 6 nights. Be thou ready, therefore. Mahabharata, Book 3, Section 129. Lomesa said, Hear, O king. The Lord of born beings himself performed a sacrifice in former times, the ceremony called Ishtakrita, which occupied 1,000 years. And Amvarisha, son of Nabhaga, sacrificed near the Yamuna river. And having sacrificed there, he gave away 10 padmas of gold coins to the attendant priests, and he obtained the highest success by his sacrifices and austerities. And, O Kunti's son, this is the spot where that sovereign of the entire earth, Nahusha's son, Yayati, of unmeasured force, and who led a holy life, performed his sacrificial rites. He competed with Indra and performed his sacrifice here. Behold how the ground is studded with places for the sacrificial fires of various forms, and how the earth seems to be subsiding here under the pressure of Yayati's pious works. This is the Sami tree, which hath got but a single leaf, and this is a most excellent lake. Behold these lakes of Parasurama, and the hermitage of Narayana. O protector of earth! This is the path which was followed by Richika's son, of unmeasured energy, who roamed over the earth, practicing the yoga rites in the river Raupya. And, O delight of the tribe of Kurus! Hear what a Pisacha woman, she goblin, who was decked with pestles for her ornaments, said to a Brahmana woman, as I was reciting here the table of genealogy. She said, having eaten curd in Ugandhara, and lived in a Kutasthala, and also bathed in Buddhalaya, thou shouldst live with thy sons. Having passed a single night here, if thou wilt spend the second, the events of the night will be different from those that have happened to thee in the daytime, O most righteous of Bharata's race. Today we shall spend the night at this very spot. O scion of Bharata's race! This is the threshold of the field of the Kurus. O king! At this very spot, the monarch Yayati, son of Nahusha, performed sacrificial rites, and made gifts of an abundance of gems. And Indra was pleased with those sacred rites. This is an excellent holy bathing place on the river Yamuna, known as Plakshavatarana, descent of the banyan tree. Men of cultured minds call it the entrance to the region of heaven. O respected sir! Here, after having performed sacrificial rites of the Saraswata king, and making use of the sacrificial stake for their pestle, the highest order of saints performed the holy plunge prescribed at the end of a sacred ceremony. O monarch! King Bharata here performed sacrificial rites. To celebrate the horse sacrifice, he here set free the horse who was the intended victim. That monarch had won the sovereignty of the earth by righteousness. The horse? He let go more than once were of a color checkered with black. O tiger among men! It was here that Maruta, sheltered by Samvarta, leader of saints, succeeded in performing excellent sacrifices. O sovereign of kings! Having taken his bath at this spot, one can behold all the worlds, and is purified from his evil deeds. Do thou, therefore, bathe at this spot. Vaisampayana said, then that most praiseworthy of Pandu's sons, there bathed with his brothers, while the mighty saints were uttering laudatory words to him. And he addressed the following words to Lomesa, O thou whose strength lieth in truthfulness. By virtue of this pious act, I behold all the worlds. And from this place, I behold that most praiseworthy of Pandu's sons Arjuna, the rider of white steed. Lomesa said, it is even so, O thou of powerful arms. The saints of the highest order thus behold all the regions. Behold this holy Sarasvati here, thronged by persons who look upon her as their sole refuge. O most praiseworthy of men! Having bathed here, thou wilt be free from all thy sins. O Kunti's son! Here the celestial saints performed sacrificial rites of Saraswata king, and so did the saints and the royal saints. This is the altar of the Lord of Beings, 5 yojanas in extent on all sides round. And this is the field of the magnanimous Kurus, whose habit it was to perform sacrifices. Mahabharata, Book 3, Section 130. Lomesa said, O son of Bharata's race! If mortals breathe their last at this spot, they go to heaven. O king! Thousands upon thousands of men come to this place to die. A blessing was pronounced on this spot by Deksha when he was engaged in sacrifice here, and these words, those men that shall die at this spot shall win a place in heaven. Here is the beautiful and sacred river, Sarasvati, full of water, and here, O Lord of men, is the spot known as Vinasana, or the place where the Sarasvati disappeared. Here is the gate of the kingdom of the Nishadas, and it is from hatred for them that the Sarasvati entered into the earth in order that the Nishadas might not see her. Here too is the sacred region of Kamashabhata where the Sarasvati once more became visible to them. And here she is joined by other sacred rivers running seawards. O conqueror of foes, here is that sacred spot known by the name of Sindhuvara Lopamudra accepted the great sage Agastya as her lord, and, O thou whose effulgence is like unto that of the sun, here is the sacred Tirtha called Prabhasa, the favored spot of Indra and which removeth all sins. Yonder is visible the region of Vishnupada. And here is the delightful and sacred river, Vipasa. From grief for the death of his sons, the great sage Vasista had thrown himself into this stream after binding his limbs. And when he rose from the water, lo! He was unfettered. Look, O king, with thy brothers at the sacred region of Kasmira, frequented by holy sages. Here, O scion of Bharata's race, is the spot where a conference took place between Agni and the sage Kasyapa, and also between Nahusha's son and the sages of the north. And, O great prince, yonder is the gate of the Manasasarovara. In the midst of this mountain, a gap hath been opened by Rama. And here, O prince of prowess incapable of being baffled, is the well-known region of Vadakanda, which, although adjacent to the gate of Videha, lieth on the north of it. And O bull among men, there is another very remarkable thing connected with this place, namely, that on the waning of every yuga, the god Shiva, having the power to assume any shape at will, may be seen with Uma and his followers. In yonder lake also people desirous of securing welfare to the family, propitiate with sacrifices the holder of the great bow Panaka, in the month of Chatra. And persons of devotion having passions under control, performing their ablutions in this lake, become free from sins and, without doubt, attain to the holy regions. Here is the sacred Tirtha called Ujjanaka, where the holy sage Vasista with his wife Arundhati and also the sage Yuvakri obtained tranquility. Yonder is the lake Kausava, where grown the lotuses called Kausasaya, and here also is the sacred hermitage of Rukmini, where she attained peace, after conquering that evil passion, anger. I think, O prince, that thou hast heard something about that man of meditations, Brigatunga. There, O king, before thee is that lofty peak. And, O foremost of kings, yonder is Vitasta, the sacred stream that absolveth men from all sins. The water of this stream is extremely cool and limpid, and it is largely used by the great sages. O prince, behold the holy rivers Jala and Upajala on either side of the Yamuna. By performing a sacrifice here, King Usanara surpassed in greatness Indra himself. And, O descendant of Bharata, desirous of testing Usanara's merit and also of bestowing boons on him, Indra and Agni presented themselves at his sacrificial ground. And Indra, assuming the shape of a hawk, and Agni that of a pigeon, came up to that king. And the pigeon, in fear of the hawk, fell upon the king's thigh, seeking his protection. Mahabharata, Book 3, Section 131. The hawk said, All the kings of the earth represent thee as a pious ruler. Wherefore, O prince, hast thou then stopped to perpetrate a deed not sanctioned by the ordinance? I have been sore afflicted with hunger. Do thou not withhold from me that which hath been appointed by the deity for my food, under the impression that thereby thou servest the interests of virtue, whereas in reality thou wilt forsake it, by committing thyself to this act. Thereupon, the king said, O best of the feathered race, afflicted with fear of thee, and desirous of escaping from thy hands, this bird, all in a hurry, hath come up to me asking for life. When this pigeon hath in such a manner sought my protection, why dost thou not see that the highest merit is even in my not surrendering it unto thee? And it is trembling with fear, and is agitated, and is seeking its life from me. It is therefore certainly blameworthy to forsake it. He that slayeth a Brahmana, he that slaughtered a cow, the common mother of all the worlds, and he that forsaketh one seeking for protection are equally sinful. Thereat the hawk replied, O Lord of earth, it is from food that all beings derive their life, and it is food also that nourisheth and sustaineth them. A man can live long even after forsaking what is dearest to him, but he cannot do so after abstaining from food. Being deprived of food, my life, O ruler of men, will surely leave this body, and will attain to regions unknown to such troubles. But at my death, O pious king, my wife and children will surely perish, and by protecting this single pigeon. O prince, thou dost not protect many lives. The virtue that standeth in the way of another virtue is certainly no virtue at all, but in reality is unrighteousness. But, O king, whose prowess consisteth in truth, that virtue is worthy of the name, which is not conflicting. After instituting a comparison between opposing virtues, and weighing their comparative merits, one, O great prince, ought to espouse that which is not opposing. Do thou, therefore, O king, striking a balance between virtues, adopt that which preponderates. At this the king said, O best of birds, as thou speakest words fraught with much good, I suspect thee to be Suparna, the monarch of birds. I have not the least hesitation to declare that thou art fully conversant with the ways of virtue. As thou speakest wonders about virtue, I think that there is nothing connected with it that is unknown to thee. How canst thou then consider the forsaking of one, seeking for help, as virtuous? Thy efforts in this matter, O Ranger of the skies, have been in quest of food. Thou canst, however, appease thy hunger with some other sort of food, even more copious. I am perfectly willing to procure for thee any sort of food that to thee may seem most tasteful, even if it be an ox, or a boar, or a deer, or a buffalo. Thereupon the hawk said, O great king, I am not desirous of eating the flesh of a boar or an ox or the various species of beasts. What have I to do with any other sort of food? Therefore, O bull among the Kshatriyas, leave to me this pigeon, whom heaven hath today ordained for my food, O ruler of earth, that hawks eat pigeons is the eternal provision. O prince, do not for support embrace a plantain tree, not knowing its want of strength. The king said, Ranger of the skies, I am willing to bestow on thee this rich province of my race, or any other thing that to thee may seem desirable. With the sole exception of this pigeon, which hath approached me craving my protection, I shall be glad to give unto thee anything that thou mayst like. Let me know what I shall have to do for the deliverance of this bird. But this I shall not return to thee on any condition whatever. The hawk said, O great ruler of men, if thou hast conceived an affection for this pigeon, then cut off a portion of thine own flesh, and weigh it in a balance against this pigeon. And when thou hast found it equal, in weight, to the pigeon, then do thou give it unto me, and that will be to my satisfaction. Then the king replied, This request of thine, O hawk, I consider as a favor unto me, and, therefore, I will give unto thee even my own flesh, after weighing it in a balance. Lomesa said, saying this, O mighty son of Kunti, the highly virtuous king cut off a portion of his own flesh, and placed it in a balance against the pigeon. But when he found that pigeon exceeded his flesh in weight, he once more cut off another portion of his flesh, and added it to the former. When portion after portion had been repeatedly added to weigh against the pigeon, and no more flesh was left on his body, he mounted the scale himself, utterly devoid of flesh. The hawk then said, I am Indra, O virtuous king, and this pigeon is Agni, the carrier of the sacrificial clarified butter. We had come unto thy sacrificial ground, desirous of testing thy merit. Since thou hast cut off thy own flesh from thy body, thy glory shall be resplendent, and shall surpass that of all others in the world. As long as men, O king, shall speak of thee, so long shall thy glory endure, and thou shalt inhabit the holy regions. Saying this to the king, Indra ascended to heaven. And the virtuous king Usanara, after having filled heaven and earth with the merit of his pious deeds, ascended to heaven in a radiant shape. Behold, O king, the residence of that noble-hearted monarch. Here, O king, are seen holy sages and gods, together with virtuous and high-souled brahmanas. Mahabharata, Book 3, Section 132. Lomesa said, See here, O Lord of men, the sacred hermitage of Swetaketu, son of Uddalaka, whose fame as an expert in the sacred mantras is so widely spread on earth. This hermitage is graced with coconut trees. Here Swetaketu beheld the goddess Sarasvati in her human shape, and spake unto her, saying, May I be endowed with the gift of speech. In that yuga, Swetaketu, the son of Uddalaka, and Ashtavakra, the son of Kahota, who stood to each other in the relation of uncle and nephew, were the best of those conversant with the sacred lore. Those two Brahmanas, of matchless energy, who bore unto each other the relationship of uncle and nephew, went into the sacrificial ground of King Janaka and there defeated Vandin in a controversy. Worship, O son of Kunti, with thy brothers, the sacred hermitage of him who had for his grandson Ashtavakra, who, even when a mere child, had caused Vandin to be drowned in a river, after having defeated him in a literary contest. Yudhishthira said, Tell me, O Lomesa, all about the power of this man, who had in that way defeated Vandin. Why was he born as Ashtavakra, crooked in 8 parts in his body? Lomesa said, The sage Uddalaka had a disciple named Kahota of subdued passions, and entirely devoted to the service of his preceptor, and who had continued his studies long. The Brahmana had served his tutor long, and his preceptor, recognizing his service, gave him his own daughter, Sujata, in marriage, as well as a mastery over the Shastras. And she became with child, radiant as fire. And the embryo addressed his father while employed in reading, O father, thou hast been reading the whole night, but, of all that, thy reading doth not seem to me correct. Even in my fetal state I have, by thy favor, become versed in the Shastras and the Vedas with their several branches. I say, O father, that what proceeds from thy mouth is not correct. Thus insulted in the presence of his disciples, the great sage in anger cursed his child in the womb, saying, Because thou speakest thus even while in the womb, therefore thou shalt be crooked in 8 parts of the body. The child was accordingly born crooked, and the great sage was ever after known by the name of Ashtavakra. Now, he had an uncle named Swetaketu who was the same age with himself. Afflicted by the growth of the child in the womb, Sujata, desirous of riches, conciliating her husband who had no wealth, told him in private, How shall I manage, O great sage, the 10th month of my pregnancy having come? Thou hast no substance whereby I may extricate myself from the exigencies after I have been delivered. Thus addressed by his wife, Kahota went unto King Janaka for riches. He was there defeated in a controversy by Vandin, well versed in the science of arguments, and, in consequence, was immersed into water. And hearing that his son-in-law had been defeated in a controversy by Vandin and caused to be drowned by him, Uddalaka spake unto his daughter Sujata, saying, Thou shalt keep it a secret from Ashtavakra. She accordingly kept her counsel so that Ashtavakra, when born, had heard nothing about the matter. And he regarded Uddalaka as his father and Swetaketu as his brother. And when Ashtavakra was in his 12th year, Swetaketu one day saw the former seated on his father's lap. And thereat he pulled him by the hand, and on Ashtavakra's beginning to cry, he told him, It is not the lap of thy father. This cruel communication went direct into Ashtavakra's heart, and it pained him sorely. And he went home and asked his mother, saying, Where is my father? Thereupon Sujata, who was greatly afflicted by his question, and apprehending a curse, told him all that had happened. And having heard all, the Brahmana at night said unto his uncle Swetaketu, Let us go unto the sacrifice of King Janaka, wherein many wonderful things are to be seen. There we shall listen to the controversy between the Brahmanas and shall partake of excellent food. Our knowledge also will increase. The recitation of the sacred Vedas is sweet to hear and is fraught with blessings. Then they both uncle and nephew went unto the splendid sacrifice of King Janaka. And on being driven from the entrance, Ashtavakra met the king and addressed him in the following words. Mahabharata, Book 3, Section 133. Ashtavakra said, When no Brahmana is met with on the way belongeth to the blind, the deaf, the women, carriers of burden, and the king respectively. But when a Brahmana is met with on the way, it belongeth to him alone. Thereupon the king said, I give the privilege to enter. Do thou, therefore, go in by whatever way thou likest. No fire ever so small is to be slighted. Even Indra himself boweth unto the Brahmanas. At this Ashtavakra said, We have come, O ruler of men, to witness thy sacrificial ceremony, and our curiosity, O king, is very great. And we have come here as guests. We want the permission of thy order to enter. And, O son of Indradyumna, we have come, desirous of seeing the sacrifice, and to meet King Janaka and speak to him. But thy warder obstructs us, and for this our anger burneth us like fever. The warder said, We carry out the orders of Vandin. Listen to what I have to say. Lads are not permitted to enter here, and it is only the learned old Brahmanas that are allowed to enter. Ashtavakra said, If this be the condition, O warder, that the door is open to those only that are old, then we have a right to enter. We are old, and we have observed sacred vows, and are in possession of energy proceeding from the Vedic lore. And we have served our superiors, and subdued our passions, and have also won proficiency in knowledge. It is said that even boys are not to be slighted, for a fire, small though it be, burneth on being touched. The warder replied, O young Brahmana, I consider you a boy, and therefore recite, if you know, the verse demonstrating the existence of the Supreme Being, and adored by the divine sages, and which, although composed of one letter, is yet multifarious. Make no vain boast. Learned men are really very rare. Ashtavakra said, true growth cannot be inferred from the mere development of the body, as the growth of the knots of the salmali tree cannot signify its age. That tree is called full-grown, which although slender and short, beareth fruits. But that which doth not bear fruits is not considered as grown. The warder said, boys receive instruction from the old, and they also in time grow old. Knowledge certainly is not attainable in a short time. Wherefore then, being a child, dost thou talk like an old man? Then Ashtavakra said, one is not old because his head is gray. But the gods regard him as old who, although a child in years, is yet possessed of knowledge. The sages have not laid down that a man's merit consists in years, or gray hair, or wealth, or friends. To us he is great who is versed in the Vedas. I have come here, O porter, desirous of seeing Vandin in the court. Go and inform King Janaka, who hath a garland of lotuses on his neck, that I am here. Thou shalt today see me enter into a dispute with the learned men, and defeat Vandin in a controversy. And when others have been silenced, the Brahmanas of matured learning and the king also with his principal priests bear witness to the superior or the inferior quality of my attainments. The warder said, how canst thou, who art but in thy 10th year, hope to enter into this sacrifice, into which learned and educated men only are admitted? I shall, however, try some means for thy admittance. Do thou also try thyself. Ashtavakra then addressing the king said, O king, O foremost of Janaka's race, thou art the paramount sovereign, and all power reposeth in thee. In times of old, King Yayati was the celebrator of sacrifices. And in the present age, thou it is that art performer thereof. We have heard that the learned Vandin, after defeating, in controversy, men expert in discussion, causeth them to be drowned by faithful servants employed by thee. Hearing this, I have come before these Brahmanas to expound the doctrine of the unity of the Supreme Being. Where is now Vandin? Tell me so that I may approach him and destroy him, even as the sun destroyeth the stars. Thereupon the king said, Thou hopest, O Brahmana, to defeat Vandin, not knowing his power of speech. Can those who are familiar with his power speak as thou dost? He hath been sounded by Brahmanas versed in the Vedas. Thou hopest to defeat Vandin only because thou knowest not his powers of speech. Many a Brahmana hath waned before him, even as the stars before the sun. Desirous of defeating him, people proud of their learning have lost their glory on appearing before him, and have retired from his presence, without even venturing to speak with the members of the assembly. Ashtavakra said, Vandin hath never entered into disputation with a man like myself, and it is for this only that he looketh upon himself as a lion, and goeth about roaring like one. But today meeting me he will lie down dead, even like a cart on the highway, of which the wheels have been deranged. The king said, He alone is a truly learned man who understandeth the significance of the thing that hath 30 divisions, 12 parts, 24 joints, and 360 spokes. Ashtavakra said, May that ever-moving wheel that hath 24 joints, 6 naves, 12 peripheries, and 60 spokes protect thee. The king said, Who amongst the gods beareth those two which go together like two Marias, yoked to a car, and sweep like a hawk, and to what also do they give birth? Ashtavakra said, May God, O king, forfend the presence of these two in thy house, aye, even in the house of thine enemies. He who appeareth, having for his charioteer the wind, begetteth them, and they also produce him. Thereupon the king said, What is that doth not close its eyes even while sleeping? What is it that doth not move, even when born? What is it that hath no heart, and what doth increase even in its own speed? Ashtavakra said, It is a fish that doth not close its eyelids while sleeping, and it is an egg that doth not move when produced. It is stone that hath no heart, and it is a river that increase in its own speed. The king said, It seemeth, O possessor of divine energy, that thou art no human being. I consider thee not a boy, but a matured man. There is no other man who can compare with thee in the art of speech. I therefore give thee admittance. There is Vandin. Footnotes 276:1 This wheel is the wheel of time I.e., measured according to the solar, lunar, and astral revolutions. The importance of Ashtavakra's reply is this: may the meritorious deeds performed at proper times during the revolution of this wheel of time protect thee. 276:2 Thunder and lightning or misery and death. 276:3 Cloud or the mind. 276:4 The male being that is ever conscious. 276:5 The mundane egg. 276:6 The soul that has renounced connection with the body. 276:7 The heart of a yogi. Mahabharata, Book 3, Section 134. Ashtavakra said, O king, O leader of fierce legions, in this assembly of monarchs of unrivaled power who have met together, I am unable to find out Vandin, chief of the controversialists. But I am searching for him, even as one doth for a swan on a vast expanse of water. O Vandin, thou regardest thyself as the foremost of controversialists. When thou wilt engage with me in staking, thou wilt not be able to flow like the current of a river. I am like a full flaming fire. Be silent before me, O Vandin. Do not awaken a sleeping tiger. Know that thou shalt not escape unstung, after trampling on the head of a venomous snake, licking the corners of its mouth with its tongue, and who hath been hurt by thy foot. That weak man who, in pride of strength, attempts to strike a blow at a mountain, only gets his hands and nails hurt, but no wound is left on the mountain itself. As the other mountains are inferior to the Menaka, and as calves are inferior to the ox, so are all other kings of the earth inferior to the Lord of Mithila. And as Indra is the foremost of celestials, and as the Ganga is the best of rivers, so thou alone art, O king, the greatest of monarchs. O king, cause Vandin to be brought to my presence. Lomesa said, saying this, O Yudhishthira, wroth with Vandin, Ashtavakra thus thundered in the assembly, and addressed him in these words, Do thou answer my questions, and I shall answer thine. Thereat Vandin said, One only fire blazeth forth in various shapes, one only sun illumineth this whole world, one only hero, Indra, the lord of celestials, destroyeth enemies, and one only Yama is the sole lord of the Pitris. Ashtavakra said, The two friends, Indra and Agni, ever move together. The two celestial sages are Narada and Parvata, twins are the Aswinakumaras. 2 is the number of the wheels of a car, and it is as a couple that husband and wife live together, as ordained by the deity. Vandin said, 3 kinds of born beings are produced by acts. The 3 Vedas together perform the sacrifice, Vajapaya. At 3 different times, the Adwarius commence sacrificial rites. 3 is the number of words, and 3 also are the divine lights. Ashtavakra said, 4 are the ashramas of the Brahmanas, the 4 orders perform sacrifices, 4 are the cardinal points, 4 is the number of letters, and 4 also, as is ever known, are the legs of a cow. Vandin said, 5 is the number of fires, 5 are the feet of the meter called Punki, 5 are the sacrifices, 5 locks, it is said in the Vedas, are on the heads of the Apsaras, and 5 sacred rivers are known in the world. Ashtavakra said, 6 cows, it is asserted by some, and paid as a gratuity on the occasion of establishing the sacred fire. 6 are the seasons belonging to the wheel of time. 6 is the number of the senses. 6 stars constitute the constellation Kirtika, and 6, it is found in all the Vedas, is the number of the Sadhyaska sacrifice. Vandin said, 7 is the number of the domesticated animals, 7 are the wild animals, 7 meters are used in completing a sacrifice, 7 are the rishis, 7 forms of paying homage are extant in the world, and 7, it is known, are the strings of the Veena. Ashtavakra said, 8 are the bags containing 100-fold, 8 is the number of the legs of the Sarabha, which preyeth upon lions, 8 Vasus, as we hear, are amongst the celestials, and 8 are the angles of Yupa, stake, and all sacrificial rites. Vandin said, 9 is the number of the mantras used in kindling the fire in sacrifices to the Pitris, 9 are the appointed functions in the processes of creation, 9 letters compose the foot of the meter, Vrihati, and 9 also is ever the number of the figures, and calculation. Ashtavakra said, 10 is said to be the number of cardinal points, entering into the cognition of men in this world. 10 times 100 make up 1,000. 10 is the number of months, during which women bear, and 10 are the teachers of true knowledge, and 10, the haters thereof, and 10 again are those capable of learning it. Vandin said, 11 are the objects enjoyable by beings, 11 is the number of the upas, 11 are the changes of the natural state pertaining to those having life, and 11 are the rudras among the gods in heaven. Ashtavakra said, 12 months compose the year, 12 letters go to the composition of a foot of the meter called jugti, 12 are the minor sacrifices, and 12, according to the learned, is the number of the adityas. Vandin said, the 13th lunar day is considered the most auspicious, 13 islands exist on earth. Lomesa said, having proceeded thus far, Vandin stopped. Thereupon Ashtavakra supplied the latter half of the sloka. Ashtavakra said, 13 sacrifices are presided over by Kisari, and 13 are devoured by Adikandas, the longer meters, of the Veda. And seeing Ashtavakra speaking and the Suta's son silent and pensive, and with head downcast, the assembly broke into a long uproar. And when the tumult thus arose in the splendid sacrifice performed by King Janaka, the Brahmanas, well pleased, and with joined hands, approached Ashtavakra, and began to pay him homage. Thereupon Ashtavakra said, before this man, defeating the Brahmanas in controversy, used to cast them into water. Let Vandin today meet with the same fate. Seize him and drown him in water. Vandin said, O Janaka, I am the son of King Varuna. Simultaneously with thy sacrifice, there also hath commenced a sacrifice extending over 12 years. It is for this that I have dispatched the principal Brahmanas thither. They have gone to witness Varuna's sacrifice. Lo! There they are returning. I pay homage to the worshipful Ashtavakra, by whose grace today I shall join him who hath begot me. Ashtavakra said, defeating the Brahmanas either by words or subtlety. Vandin had cast them into the waters of the sea. That Vedic truth which he had suppressed by false arguments, have I today rescued by dint of my intellect. Now let candid men judge. As Agni, who knoweth the character of both the good and the bad, leaveth unscorched by his heat the bodies of those whose designs are honest, and is thus partial to them, so good men judge the assertions of boys, although lacking the power of speech, and are favorably disposed towards them. O Janaka, thou hearest my words as if thou hast been stupefied in consequence of having eaten the fruit of the Sleshmataki tree. Or flattery hath robbed thee of thy sense, and for this it is that although pierced by my words as an elephant, by the hook, thou hearest them not. Janaka said, listening to thy words, I take them to be excellent and superhuman. Thy form also standeth manifest as superhuman. As thou hast today defeated Vandin in discussion, I place even him at thy disposal. Ashtavakra said, O king, Vandin remaining alive, will not serve any purpose of mine. If his father be really Varuna, let him be drowned in the sea. Vandin said, I am King Varuna's son. I have no fear, therefore, in being drowned. Even at this moment, Ashtavakra shall see his long-lost sire, Kahota. Lomesa said, then rose before Janaka all the Brahmanas, after having been duly worshipped by the magnanimous Varuna. Kahota said, it is for this, O Janaka, that men pray for sons, by performing meritorious acts. That in which I had failed hath been achieved by my son. Weak persons may have sons endued with strength, dunces may have intelligent sons, and the illiterate may have sons possessed of learning. Vandin said, it is with thy sharpened axe, O monarch, that even Yama severeth the heads of foes. May prosperity attend thee. In this sacrifice of King Janaka, the principal hymns relating to the Uktha rites are being chanted, and the Soma juice also is being adequately quaffed. And the gods themselves, in person, and with cheerful hearts, are accepting their sacred shares. Lomesa said, when in enhanced splendor, the Brahmanas had risen up, Vandin, taking King Janaka's permission, entered into the waters of the sea. And then Ashtavakra worshipped his father, and he himself also was worshipped by the Brahmanas. And having thus defeated the Suta's son, Ashtavakra returned to his own excellent hermitage, in company with his uncle. Then in the presence of his mother, his father addressed him, saying, O son, thou speedily enter into this river, Samanga. And accordingly he entered into the water. And as he plunged beneath the water, all his crooked limbs were immediately made straight. And from that day that river came to be called Samanga, and she became invested with the virtues of purifying sins. He that shall bathe in her will be freed from his sins. Therefore, O Yudhishthira, do thou with thy brothers and wife descend to the river, and perform thy ablutions. O Kunti's son, O scion of the Ajamata race, living happily and cheerfully at this place together with thy brothers and the Brahmanas, thou wilt perform with me other acts of merit, being intent upon good deeds. Footnotes 277:1 Ashtavakra comes to Janaka's sacrifice with the object of proving the unity of the Supreme Being. Vandin avails himself of various systems of philosophy to combat his opponent. He begins with the Buddhistic system. The form of the dialogue is unique in literature, being that of enigmas, and the latent meaning is in a queer way hid under the appearance of puerile and heterogeneous combinations of things. Vandin opens the controversy by saying that as the number of each of these is one, so one only intellect is the Lord, leader, and guide of the senses. 277:2 There is a Vedic revelation that two birds live together on a tree as friends. One of these eats the fruits and the other looks at the former. From this it is manifest that two are the lords, leaders, and guides of the senses. That there is a second faculty besides the intellect is also proved by the fact that in sleep, when the intellect is inactive, that faculty continues in action, for if it were not so we could not remember having slept, nor connect the state after awaking with that preceding sleep. Accordingly, by citing the number 2 Ashtavakra assets, that besides intellect there is another faculty consciousness, that these two are jointly the lords, leaders, and guides of the senses, and that they act together as Indra and Agni, etc. 277:3 By citing the number 3 Vandin means to say that as it is acts that produce the three kinds of born beings, etc., so acts are supreme, and that everything else, be it intellect alone, or intellect and consciousness together, is subservient to acts. 277:4 Ashtavakra here advances the thesis that even if acts be supreme, still when the fourth, or supreme being becomes manifest to the soul, it stands in no further needs to acts. 277:5 By bringing in the quinquennial series, Vandin wishes to assert that the 5 senses are competent to cognize their respective objects, and that besides these senses and their objects there is neither any other sense to perceive nor any other object of perception. He also cites the authority of the Veda, according to which the Apsaras, or consciousness, have 5 locks on their hands, i.e., 5 objects of perception. 278:1 Besides the 5 senses, Ashtavakra contends for an additional sense, namely the mind, and accordingly cites the number 6. 278:2 Vandin admits the existence of the 6 senses, but says that the soul experiences happiness and misery through those as well as through the intellect. 278:3 Ashtavakra advances an 8th element, namely, the knowledge of the ego. 278:4 Each of the 3 qualities, existence, foulness, and ignorance, of Prakriti, the passive or material cause of the world, mixing with each of the 3 corresponding qualities of Pradhana, the active or spiritual cause of the world, in various proportions, produces the mundane order of things. Thus is proved the eternity of Prakriti or nature, and is also established the doctrine of duality. 278:5 Prakriti does not really create. It is the Supreme Being who, through the medium of illusion in contract with the 10 organs, viz., the 5 locomotive organs and the 5 organs of sense, makes manifest the system of things. Prakriti therefore has no real existence. Her existence is only apparent in the real existence of the soul. 278:6 Upas, stakes, mean here, feelings, etc., which keep men bound to the world. Rudras are those who makes others cry. Vandin means to say that the soul is not essential free from the fetters of happiness and misery arising from the 11 objects of perception. In this world all men are subject to happiness and misery. We also hear that there are Rudras in heaven. 278:7 The Supreme Soul, unaffected by happiness and misery, really exists, but his existence is not susceptible of being proved, nor can the ignorant ever perceive him. Men attain that condition through these 12, viz., virtue, true self-restraint, penances, goodwill, modesty, forgiveness, exemption from envy, sacrifice, charity, concentration, and control over the senses. 279:1 According to some, endeavors to attain emancipation can be successful not in this world but in the world of Brahma. Others say that to that end a special yoga is necessary. By bringing forward the objects numbering 13, Van Den advances the opinion that virtue, etc., are not sufficient for purposes of emancipation, but that suitable time and place are also essential. 279:2 Ashtavakra concludes by citing the same number 13. The soul, which is essentially unaffected, becomes subject to happiness and misery through the 13, viz., the 10 organs of locomotion and sense, and intellect, mind, and egoism. But Adhikanatas, i.e., those that have surmounted ignorance, namely, the 12, virtue, etc., destroy those 13, and that is emancipation. Mahabharata, Book 3, Section 135. Lomesa said, "Here, O king, is visible the river Samanga, whose former name was Madhuvala, and yonder is the spot named Kardamala, the bathing place of Bharata. The lord of Sachi, when fallen into misery in consequence of having slain Vritra, became freed from his sin by performing his ablutions in this Samanga. Here, O bull among men, is the spot where the Menaka mountain hath sunk into the interior of the earth, and it is hence called Venusana. For obtaining sons, here Didi in days of yore had cooked that celebrated food, presided over by the Supreme Being. O ye bulls among men, ascended this lofty mountain and put an end to your inglorious misery unworthy to be uttered. Here, O king, before thee is the Kanakala range, the favorite resort of sages. And yonder is the mighty river Ganga. Here, in ancient times, the holy sage Sanat Kumara attained ascetic success. O scion of the Ajamata race, by performing thy ablutions here in this river, thou wilt be freed from all thy sins. O son of Kunti, do thou together with thy ministers touch the waters of this lake called Punya, and this mountain Brigatunga, and also the water of these two rivers called Tushnaganga. Here, O Kunti's son, appeareth the hermitage of the sage Stulosiris. Resign here thy anger and sense of self-importance. There, O son of Pandu, is seen the beautiful hermitage of Ravya, where perished Bharadvaja's son, Yavakari, profound in Vedic lore. Yudhishthira said, "How did the mighty sage, Yavakari, son of the ascetic Bharadvaja, acquire profundity in the Vedas? And how also did he perish? I am anxious to hear all this, just as it happened. I take delight in listening to the narration of the deeds of godlike men." Lomesa said, "Bharadvaja and Ravya were two friends. And they dwelt here, ever taking the greatest pleasure in each other's company. Now, Ravya had two sons, named Arvavasu and Parvasu. And Bharadvaja, O Bharata's son, had an only son, named Yavakari. Ravya and his two sons were versed in the Vedas, while Bharadvaja practiced asceticism. But, O son of Bharata, from their boyhood, the friendship subsisting between those two was unequaled. O sinless one, the high-spirited Yavakari, finding that his father, who practiced asceticism, was slighted by the Brahmanas, while Ravya with his sons was greatly respected by them, was overwhelmed with sorrow, and became sore aggrieved. Thereupon, O son of Pandu, he entered upon severe austerities, for obtaining a knowledge of the Vedas. And he exposed his body to a flaming fire. By thus practicing the most rigid austerities, he caused anxiety in the mind of Indra. Then Indra, O Yudhishthira, went to him and addressed him, saying, "Wherefore, O sage, hast thou become engaged in practicing such rigid austerities?" Yavakari said, "O thou adored of celestial hosts, I am practicing severe penances, because I wish that such a knowledge of the Vedas as hath never been acquired by any Brahmana whatever may be manifest unto me. O conqueror of Paka, these endeavors of mine have been for Vedic lore. O Kausika, by the force of my asceticism, I purpose to obtain all sorts of knowledge. O Lord, a knowledge of the Vedas as learnt through teachers is acquired in a long time. Therefore, with the view of attaining in short time a proficiency in the Vedas, I have put forth these high endeavors." Indra said, "O Brahmana sage, the way that thou hast adopted is not the proper way. What for, O Brahmana, wilt thou destroy thyself? Go and learn from the lips of a preceptor." Lomesa said, "O son of Bharata, having said this, Sakra went away, and Yavakri of immeasurable energy, once more directed his attention to asceticism. O king, we have heard that carrying on severe austerities he again greatly agitated Indra. And the god Indra, slayer of Vala, again came unto that great sage, who was engaged in austere penances, and forbade him, saying, Thou art striving with the object that Vedic lore may be manifest unto thee as well as unto thy father, but thy exertions can never be successful, nor is this act of thine well advised. Yavakri said, O Lord of the Celestials, if thou wilt not do for me what I want, I shall, observing stricter vows, practice still severer penances. O Lord of Celestials, know that if thou do not fulfill all my desires, I shall then cut off my limbs and offer them as a sacrifice into a blazing fire. Lomesa said, knowing the determination of that high-souled sage, the sagacious Indra reflected and hit upon some expedient to dissuade him. Then Indra assumed the guise of an ascetic Brahmana, hundreds of years old, and infirm, and suffering from consumption. And he fell to throwing up a dam with sands, at that spot of the Bhagirathi to which Yavakri used to descend for performing ablutions. Because Yavakri, chief of the Brahmanas, paid no heed to Indra's words, the latter began to fill the Ganga with sands. And without cessation, he threw handfuls of sand into the Bhagirathi, and began to construct a dam attracting the notice of the sage. And when that bull among the sages, Yavakri, saw Indra thus earnestly engaged in constructing the dam, he broke into laughter, and said the following words, What art thou engaged in, O Brahmana, and what is thy object? Why dost thou, for nothing, make this mighty endeavor? Indra said, I am trying, O my son, to dam the Ganga so that there may be a commodious passage. People experience considerable difficulty in crossing and recrossing the river by boat. Yavakri said, O thou of ascetic wealth, thou canst not dam up this mighty current. O Brahmana, desist from what is impracticable, and take up something that is practicable. Indra said, O sage, I have imposed on myself this heavy task, even as, for obtaining a knowledge of the Vedas, thou hast begun these penances, which can never be fruitful. Yavakri said, If, O chief of the celestials, those efforts of mine be fruitless, even as those of thy own, then, O Lord of heavenly hosts, be thou pleased to do for me what is practicable. Vouchsafe unto me boons whereby I may excel other men. Lomesa said, Then Indra granted boons, as was prayed for by the mighty ascetic. Indra said, As thou desirest, the Vedas will be manifest unto thee, yea, even unto thy father. And all thy other desires will also be fulfilled. Return home, O Yavakri. Having thus obtained the object of his desire, Yavakri came unto his father and said, The Vedas, O father, will be manifest unto thee as well as unto myself, and I have obtained boons whereby we shall excel all men. Thereat Bharadvaja said, O my son, as thou hast obtained the objects of thy desire, thou wilt be proud. And when thou art puffed up with pride and hast also become uncharitable, destruction will soon overtake thee. O my son, there is a current anecdote narrated by the gods. In ancient times, O son, there lived a sage named Valati, possessed of great energy. And in grief for the death of a child, he practiced the severest penances to have a child that should be immortal. And he obtained a son even as he desired. But the gods, though very favorably disposed towards him, did not yet make his son immortal like unto the gods. They said, On condition can a mortal being be made immortal. Thy son's life, however, shall depend on some instrumental cause. Thereupon, Valati said, O chiefs of the celestials, these mountains have been existing eternally, and indestructible, let them be the instrumental cause of my son's life. Afterwards a son was born to the sage, named Madhavi. And he was of a very irritable temper. And hearing of the incident of his birth, he grew haughty, and began to insult the sages. And he ranged over the earth, doing mischief to the Munis. And one day, meeting with the learned sage Dhanashaksha endued with energy, Madhavi maltreated him. Thereupon, the former cursed him, saying, Be thou reduced to ashes. Madhavi, however, was not reduced to ashes. Then Dhanashaksha caused the mountain which was the instrumental cause of Madhavi's life to be shattered by buffaloes. And the boy perished, with the destruction of the instrumental cause of his life. And embracing his dead son, Madhavi's father began to bewail his fate. Now hear from me, O my son, what was chanted by the sages conversant with the Vedas when they found the sage mourning. A mortal on no condition whatever can overcome what happens. Thus young ascetics, puffed up with pride for having obtained boons, perish in a short time. Be thou not one of them. This Ravya, O my son, is possessed of great energy, and his 2 sons are like him. Therefore, be thou vigilant so as never to approach him. O my son, Ravya is a great ascetic of an irritable temper. When angry, he can do thee harm. Yuvakri said, I shall do as thou biddest me. Father, do thou not by any means entertain anxiety for that. Ravya deserveth my regard even as thou, my father. Having replied unto his father in these sweet words, Yuvakri, fearing nothing and nobody, began to delight in wantonly offending other munis. Footnotes 280:1 Su means excellent, and Yuddha, sacrifice. The compound accordingly means performer of excellent sacrifice. Mahabharata, Book 3, Section 136. Lomesa said, one day in the month of Chatra, while fearlessly wandering at large, Yuvakri approached the hermitage of Ravya. And O son of Bharata, in that beautiful hermitage, adorned with trees bearing blossoms, he happened to behold the daughter-in-law of Ravya, sauntering about like a Kanara woman. And having lost his senses through passion, Yuvakri shamelessly spake unto the bashful maiden, saying, Be thou attached unto me. Thereupon, knowing his nature, and afraid of a curse, as well as thinking of Ravya's power, she went unto him saying, I agree. Then, O son of Bharata, taking him in private, she kept him chained. O conqueror of foes, returning to his hermitage, Ravya found his daughter-in-law, Pravasu's wife, in tears. O Yudhishthira, thereat consoling her with soft words, he inquired of her as to the cause of her grief. Thereupon, the beautiful damsel told him all that Yuvakri had said unto her, and what she also had cleverly said unto him. Hearing of this gross misbehavior of Yuvakri, the mind of the sage flamed up, and he waxed exceedingly wroth. And being thus seized with passion, the great sage of a highly irascible temper tore off a matted lock of his hair, and with holy mantras offered it as a sacrifice on the sacred fire. At this, there sprang out of it a female exactly resembling his daughter-in-law. And then he plucked another matted lock of his hair, and again offered it as a sacrifice into the fire. Thereupon sprang out of it a demon, terrible to behold, and having fierce eyes. Then those 2 spake unto Ravya, saying, What shall we do? Thereat, the angry sage said unto them, Go and kill Yuvakri. Then saying, We shall do, as thou biddest, they 2 went away with the intention of slaying Yuvakri. And with her charms, the female whom the large-hearted sage had created robbed Yuvakri of his sacred waterpot. Then with his uplifted spear the demon flew at Yuvakri when he had been deprived of his waterpot and rendered unclean. And seeing the demon approach with uplifted spear for the purpose of slaying him, Yuvakri rose up all on a sudden and fled towards a tank. But finding it devoid of water, he hurried towards all the rivers. But they too were all dried up. And being obstructed again and again by the fierce demon, holding the spear, Yuvakri in fright attempted to enter into the Agnihotra room of his father. But there, O king, he was repulsed by a blind Sudra warder, and he remained at the door, grasped by the man. And, finding Yuvakri thus grasped by the Sudra, the demon hurled his spear at him, and thereupon he fell down dead, pierced in the heart. After slaying Yuvakri, the demon went back to Ravya, and with the permission of that sage, began to live with the female. Mahabharata, Book 3, Section 137. Lomesa said, O son of Kunti, Bharadvaja returned to his hermitage after performing the ritual duties of the day, and having collected the sacrificial fuel. And because his son had been slain, the sacrificial fires which used to welcome him every day, did not on that day come forward to welcome him. And marking this change in the Agnihotra, the great sage asked the blind Sudra warder seated there, saying, Why is it, O Sudra, that the fires rejoice not at sight of me? Thou too dost not rejoice as is thy wont. Is it all well with my hermitage? I hope that my son of little sense had not gone to the sage Ravya. Answer speedily, O Sudra, all these questions of mine. My mind misgiveth me. The Sudra said, Thy son of little sense had gone to the sage Ravya, and therefore it is that lieth prostrate on the ground, having been slain by a powerful demon. Being attacked by the Rakshasa, holding a spear, he attempted to force his way into this room, and I therefore barred his way with my arms. Then, desirous of having water in an unclean state, as he stood hopeless, he was slain by the vehement Rakshasa, carrying a spear in his hand. On hearing from the Sudra of this great calamity, Bharadvaja, sorely afflicted with grief, began to lament, embracing his dead son. And he said, O my son, it is for the good of the Brahmanas that thou didst practice penances, with the intention that the Vedas unstudied by any Brahmana whatever might be manifest unto thee. Thy behavior towards the Brahmanas had always been for their good, and thou hadst also been innocent in regard to all creatures. But, alas! At last, thou didst lapse into rudeness. I had prohibited thee, O my son, from visiting the residence of Ravya, but alas! To that very hermitage, destructive to thee, as the god of death himself, Yama, didst thou repair. Evil-minded is that man, who, knowing that I am an old man, and also that Yavakri was my only son, had given way to wrath. It is through the agency of Ravya that I have sustained the loss of my child. Without thee, O my son, I shall give up my life, the most precious thing in the world. In grief for the death of my son, I renounce my life, but this I say that Ravya's eldest son shall in a short time kill him although he be innocent. Blessed are those to whom children have never been born, for they lead a happy life, without having to experience the grief incident to the death of a child. Who in this world can be more wicked than those who from affliction, and deprived of their sense by sorrow consequent upon the death of a child, curse even their dearest friend? I found my son dead, and, therefore, have cursed my dearest friend. Ah! What second man can there be in this world, destined to suffer so grievous a misfortune? Having lamented long, Bharadvaja cremated his son, and then himself entered into a full blazing fire. Mahabharata, Book 3, Section 138. Lomesa said, At that very time, the mighty king, Vrihadyumna, of high fortune, who was the Yajamana of Ravya, commenced the sacrifice. And the two sons of Ravya, Arvavasu and Purvasu, were engaged by that intelligent monarch to assist him in the performance of the ceremony. And, O son of Kunti, taking the permission of their father, they too went to the sacrifice, while Ravya with Purvasu's wife remained in the hermitage. And it came to pass that one day, desirous of seeing his wife, Purvasu returned home alone. And he met his father in the wood, wrapped in the skin of a black antelope. And the night was far advanced and dark, and Purvasu, blinded by drowsiness in that deep wood, mistook his father for a straggling deer. And mistaking him for a deer, Purvasu, for the sake of personal safety, unintentionally killed his father. Then, O son of Bharata, after performing the funeral rites of his father, he returned to the sacrifice and there addressed his brother, saying, Thou wilt never be able to perform this task unassisted. I again have killed our father, mistaking him for a deer. O brother, for me do thou observe a vow, prescribed in the case of killing a Brahmana. O Muni, I shall be able to perform this work, sacrifice, without any assistant. Arvavasa said, Do thou then thyself officiate at this sacrifice of the gifted Vrihadyumna, and for thee will I, bringing my senses under perfect control, observe the vow prescribed in the case of slaying a Brahmana. Lomesa said, having observed the vow relative to the killing of a Brahmana, the sage Arvavasu came back to the sacrifice. Seeing his brother arrive, Purvasu, in accents choked with malice, addressed Vrihadyumna, saying, O king, see that this slayer of a Brahmana enter not into thy sacrifice, nor look at it. Even by a glance, the killer of a Brahmana can, without doubt, do thee harm. O Lord of men, immediately on hearing this, the king ordered his attendants to turn out Arvavasu. O king, on being driven out by the king's attendants, and repeatedly addressed by them, O slayer of a Brahmana, Arvavasu more than once cried, It is not I that have killed the Brahmana. Not did he own that he had observed the vow for his own sake. He said that his brother had committed the sin, and that he had freed him therefrom. Having said this in anger, and being reprimanded by the attendants, the Brahmana sage of austere penances retired in silence into the woods. There betaking himself to the severest penances, the great Brahmana sought the protection of the sun. Thereupon, the revelation teaching the mantra relative to the worship of the sun became manifest unto him, and that eternal deity who obtaineth his share of the sacrificial butter first appeared before him in an embodied form. Lomesa said, "The celestials, O king, were well pleased with Arvavesu for his acts. And they made him engaged as the chief priest in the sacrifice of Vrihadiumna, and Purvasu to be dismissed from it. Then Agni and the other celestials, of their own accord, bestowed boons on Arvavesu. And they also prayed that his father might be restored to life. He further prayed that his brother might be absolved from his sin, that his father might have no recollection of his having been slain, that Bharadvaja and Yavakri might both be restored to life, and that the solar revelation might attain celebrity on earth. Then the god said, So be it, and conferred on him other boons also. Thereat, O Yudhishthira, all of these persons regained their life. Yavakri now addressed Agni and the other deities, saying, I had obtained a knowledge of all the Vedas, and also practiced penances. How came it then, O chiefs of the immortals, that Ravya succeeded in killing me in that way? Thereupon the god said, O Yavakri, never act again as those have done. What thou askest about is quite possible, for thou hast learnt the Vedas without exertion, and without the help of a preceptor. But this man, Ravya, bearing various troubles, had satisfied his preceptor by his conduct, and obtained, from the latter, the excellent Vedas through great exertions and in a long time. Lomesa said, having said this to Yavakri, and restored all those to life, the celestials with Indra at their head, ascended to heaven. Here, O Yudhishthira, is the sacred hermitage of that sage embellished with trees bearing blossoms and fruits at all seasons. O tiger among kings, dwelling at this spot, thou wilt be delivered from all thy sins. Mahabharata, Book 3, Section 139. Lomesa said, O descendant of Bharata, O king, now hast thou left behind the mountains Usaravija, Menaka, and Sweta, as well as the Kala hills, O son of Kunti, O bull among the descendants of Bharata, here flow before thee the 7 Gangas. This spot is pure and holy. Here Agni blazeth forth without intermission. No son of Manu is able to obtain a sight of this wonder. Therefore, O son of Pandu, concentrate your mind in order that he may intently behold these tirthas. Now wilt thou see the playground of the gods, marked with their footprints, as we have passed the mountain Kala. We shall now ascend that white rock, the mountain Mandara, inhabited by the Ikshas, Manabhadra and Kuvara, king of the Ikshas. O king, at this place 80,000 fleet Gandharvas, and 4 times as many Kempurushas and Yikshas of various shapes and forms, holding various weapons, attend upon Manabhadra, king of the Ikshas. In these regions their power is very great, and in speed they are even as the wind. They can, without doubt, displace even the Lord of the Celestials from his seat. Protected by them, and also watched over by the Rakshasas, these mountains have been rendered inaccessible. Therefore, O son of Pritha, do thou concentrate thy thoughts. Besides these, O son of Kunti, here are fierce ministers of Kuvara and his Rakshasa kindred. We shall have to meet them, and, therefore, O Kunti's son, gather up thy energies. O king, the mountain Kailasa is 6 yojanas in height. It contains a gigantic jujube tree. And, O son of Kunti, numberless gods and Yikshas and Rakshasas and Kinnaras and Nagas and Suparnas and Gandharvas pass this way, and going towards Kuvara's palace. O king, protected by me, as well as by the might of Bhimasena, and also in virtue of thy own asceticism and self-command, do thou today mix with them. May King Varuna and Yama, conqueror of battles, and Ganga, and Yamuna, and this mountain, and the Maruts and the twin Ashwins, and all rivers and lakes, vouchsafe thy safety. And, O effulgent one, mayst thou have safety from all the celestials and the Asuras, and the Vasus. O goddess Ganga, I hear thy roar from this golden mountain, sacred to Indra. O goddess of high fortune, in these mountainous regions, protect the king, worshipped by all of the Ajamata race. O daughter of the mountain, Himalaya, this king is about to enter into these mountainous regions. Do thou, therefore, confer protection upon him. Having thus addressed the river, Lomesa bade Yudhishthira, saying, Be thou careful. Yudhishthira said, This confusion of Lomesa is unprecedented. Therefore, protect ye Krishna, and be not careless. Lomesa knows this place to be certainly difficult of access. Therefore, do ye practice here the utmost cleanliness? Vyasa said, he next addressed his brother Bhima of vast prowess, saying, O Bhimasena, do thou protect Krishna carefully. Whether Arjuna be near or away, Krishna in times of danger ever seeketh protection from thee alone. Then the high-souled monarch approached the twins, Nakula and Sadeva, and after smelling their heads, and rubbing their persons, with tears said unto them, Do not fear. Proceed, however, with caution. Mahabharata, Book 3, Section 140. Yudhishthira said, O Vrkodara, there are mighty and powerful invisible spirits at this place. We shall, however, pass it, through the merit of our asceticism and Agnihotra sacrifices. O son of Kunti, do thou therefore restrain thy hunger and thirst by collecting thy energies, and also, O Vrkodara, have recourse to thy strength and cleverness. O Kunti's son, thou hast heard what the sage, Lomesa, had said regarding Mount Kailasa. Ascertain, therefore, after deliberation, how Krishna will pass the spot. Or, O mighty Bhima of large eyes, do return from hence, taking with thee Sadeva, and all our charioteers, cooks, servants, cars, horses, and brahmanas worn out with travel, while I together with Nakula and the sage Lomesa of severe austerities proceed, subsisting on the lightest fare and observing vows. Do thou in expectation of my return, cautiously wait at the source of the Ganga, protecting Draupadi till I come back. Bhima replied, O descendant of Bharata, although this blessed princess hath been sore afflicted by toil and distress, yet she easily proceedeth, in the hope of beholding him of the white steeds, Arjuna. Thy dejection also is already very great at not seeing the high-souled Arjuna, who never retreateth from fight. O Bharata, it is superfluous then to say that if thou sayest neither myself nor Sadeva nor Krishna, thy dejection will certainly increase. The Brahmanas had better return with our servants, charioteers, cooks, and whomsoever else thou mayst command. I never shall leave thee in these rugged and inaccessible mountainous regions, infested by Rakshasas. And, O tiger among men, also this princess of high fortune, ever devoted to her lords, desireth not to return without thee. Sadeva is always devoted to thee, he too will never retrace his steps. His disposition is known to me. O king, O mighty monarch, we are all eager to behold Savyasakan, and therefore will we all go together. If we are unable to go over this mountain in our cars, abounding as it doth in defile, well, we would go on foot. Trouble thyself not, O king, I shall carry Panchala's daughter wherever she will be incapable of walking. O king, I have decided upon this. Therefore let not thy mind be distracted. I shall also carry over inaccessible tracts those tender-bodied heroes, the twins, the delight of their mother, wherever they will be incapable of proceeding. Yudhishthira said, May thy strength increase, O Bhima, as thou speakest thus, and as thou boldly undertakest to carry the illustrious Panchali and these twins. Blessed be thou. Such courage dwelleth not in any other individual. May thy strength, fame, merit, and reputation increase. O long-armed one, as thou offerest to carry Krishna and our brothers the twins, exhaustion and defeat never be thine. Vyasa said, Then the charming Krishna said with a smile, O descendant of Bharata, I shall be able to go, and, therefore, be thou not anxious on my account. Lomesa said, Access to the mountain, Gandhamadana, is only to be obtained by dint of asceticism. Therefore, O son of Kunti, shall we all practice austerities, O king, Nakula, Sadeva, Bhimasena, thou and myself shall then see him of the white steeds, O Kunti's son. Vyasa said, O king, thus conversing together, they saw with delight the extensive domains of Suvahu, situated on the Himalayas, abounding in horses and elephants, densely inhabited by the Karatas and the Tanganas, crowded by hundreds of Pulindas, frequented by the Celestials, and rife with wonders. King Suvahu, the lord of the Pulindas, cheerfully received them at the frontiers of his dominions, paying them proper respect. Having been thus received with honor, and having dwelt comfortably at this place, they started for the mountain Himalaya, when the sun shone brightly in the firmament. And, O king, having entrusted to the care of the lord of the Palindas all their servants Indrasena and the others, and the cooks and the stewards, and Draupadi's accoutrements, and everything else, those mighty charioteers, the son of the Kurus, endued with great prowess, set out from that country, and began to proceed cautiously with Krishna, all of them cheerful in the expectation of beholding Arjuna. Yudhishthira said, O Bhimasena, O Panchali, and ye twins, hearken unto my words. The acts done by a person in a former birth do not perish without producing their effects. Behold, even we have become rangers of the wilderness. Even to see the Nanjaya, exhausted and distressed as we are, we have to bear each other and pass through impassable places. This burneth me even as fire doth a heap of cotton. O hero, I do not see the Nanjaya at my side. I reside in the wood with my younger brothers, anxious for beholding him. This thought, as also the memory of that grave insult offered to Yajanasini, consumes me. O Vrkodara, I do not see the invincible Partha of strong bow and incomparable energy, and who is the immediate elder to Nakula. For this, O Vrkodara, I am miserable. In order to see that hero, the Nanjaya, firm in promise, for these 5 years have I been wandering in various tirthas and beautiful forests and lakes, and yet I do meet with him. For this, O Vrkodara, I am miserable. I do not see the long-armed Gudakiza, of dark blue hue, and leonine gait. For this, O Vrkodara, I am miserable. I do not see that foremost of Kurus, accomplished in arms, skillful in fight, and matchless among bowmen. For this, O Vrkodara, I am miserable. Distressed for I do not see that son of Pritha, the Nanjaya, born under the influence of the star Falguni, ranging amidst foes even like Yama at the time of the universal dissolution, possessed of the prowess of an elephant with the temporal juice trickling down, endued with leonine shoulders, not inferior to Sakra himself in prowess and energy, elder in years to the twins, of white steeds, unrivaled in heroism, invincible, and wielding a strong bow. For this, O Vrkodara, I am miserable. And he is always of a forgiving temper, even when insulted by the meanest individual. And he conferreth benefit and protection to the righteous, but to that tortuous person who by craft attempts to do him mischief, the Nanjaya is like unto virulent poison, albeit that one were Sakra himself. And the mighty Vibhatsu of immeasurable soul and possessing great strength, showeth mercy and extendeth protection even to a foe when fallen. And he is the refuge of us all, and he crusheth his foes in fight. And he hath the power to collect any treasure whatever, and he ministereth unto our happiness. It was through his prowess that I had owned formerly measureless precious jewels of various kinds, which at present Sayadana hath usurped. It was by his might, O hero, that I had possessed before that palatial amphitheater embellished with all manner of jewels, and celebrated throughout the 3 worlds. O Pandu's son, in prowess, Falguni is like unto Vasudeva, and in fight he is invincible and unrivaled, even like unto Kartavirya. Alas! I see him not, O Bhima. In might, that conqueror of foes goeth in the wake of the invincible and most powerful Sankarsana, Valarama, and Vasudeva. In strength of arms and spirit, he is like unto Purandara himself. And in swiftness, he is even as the wind, and in grace, as the moon, and in ire, he is the eternal death himself. O mighty armed one, with the object of beholding that warlike tiger among men, shall we repair to the Gandhamadana mountain, where lies the hermitage of Nara and Narayana at the site of the celebrated Jujube tree, and which is inhabited by the Ikshas. We shall see that best of mountains. And, practicing severe austerities only on foot, we shall go to Kuvara's beautiful lake guarded by Rakshasas. That place cannot be reached by vehicles, O Vrkodara. Neither can cruel or avaricious or irascible people attain to that spot, O Bharata's son. O Bhima, in order to see Arjuna, thither shall we repair, in company, with Brahmanas of strict vows, girding on our swords, and wielding our bows. Those only that are impure meet with flies, gadflies, mosquitoes, tigers, lions, and reptiles, but the pure never come across them. Therefore, regulating our fare and restraining our senses, we shall go to the Gandhamadana, desirous of seeing the Nanjaya. Mahabharata, Book 3, Section 141. Lomesa said, O sons of Pandu, ye have seen many a mountain, and river, and town, and forest, and beautiful Tirtha, and have touched with your hands the sacred waters. Now this way leads to the celestial mountain Mandara, therefore be ye attentive and composed. Ye will now repair to the residence of the celestials and the divine sages of meritorious deeds. Here, O king, flows the mighty and beautiful river, Alkananda, of holy water adored by hosts of celestials and sages, and tracing its source to the site of the jujube tree. It is frequented and worshipped by high-souled Vyasas, Valakilias, and Gandharvas of mighty souls. Accustomed to sing the Sama hymns, the sages, Marichi, Pulaha, Brigu, and Angiras, chanted them at this spot. Here the Lord of Celestials performeth with the merits his daily prayers. And the Sathyas and the Ashwins attend on him. The sun, the moon, and all the luminaries with the planets resort to this river, alternately by day and by night. O highly fortunate monarch, that protector of the world, Mahadeva, having a bull for his mark, received on his head the fall of the waters of this river at the source of the Ganga. O children, approach this goddess of the 6 attributes and bow down before her with concentrated minds. Hearing the words of the high-souled Lomesa, the son of Pandu reverentially worshipped the river, Ganga, flowing through the firmament. And after having adored her, the pious son, aiming at the possession of Indra's place, by the force of austere and Vedic lore, that mighty-minded demon had practiced austere penances for 10,000 years. And on account of his asceticism, as also of the force and might of his arms, he had grown invincible and always harassed Indra. And O sinless one, knowing his strength and austerities and observance of religious vows, Indra became agitated and was overwhelmed with fear. And mentally he thought of the eternal deity, Vishnu. And thereat the graceful Lord of the universe, who was present everywhere, appeared and stood before him manifest. And the sages and celestials began to propitiate Vishnu with prayers. And in his presence even Agni of the 6 attributes and of blazing beauty, being overpowered by his effulgence, became shorn of radiance, and seeing before him the god Vishnu, the chief of the celestials who wields the thunderbolt, bowing with head down, readily apprised Vishnu of the source of his fear. Thereupon Vishnu said, I know, O Sakra, that thy fear proceedeth from Naraka, that lord of the Daityas. By the merit of his successful ascetic acts he aimeth at Indra's position. Therefore, for pleasing thee, I shall certainly sever his soul from his body, although he hath achieved success in asceticism. Do thou, Lord of Celestials, wait for a moment. Then the exceedingly powerful Vishnu deprived Naraka of his senses by striking him with his hand. And he fell down on the earth even like the monarch of mountains struck by thunder. He was thus slain by a miracle, and his bones lie gathered at this spot. Here also is manifest another deed of Vishnu's. Once the whole earth having been lost and sunk into the nether regions, she was lifted up by him in the shape of a boar having a single tusk. Yudhishthira said, O worshipful one, relate in particular how Vishnu, the Lord of the Celestials, raised up the earth sunk 100 yojanas. In what manner also was that support of all created things the goddess Earth of high fortune, who dispenseth blessings and bringeth forth all sorts of corn rendered stable? Through whose power had she sunk 100 yojanas below, and under what circumstances was exhibited this greatest exploit of the Supreme Being? O chief of the twice-born race, I wish to hear all about it in detail as it happened. Certainly, it is known to thee. Lomesa said, O Yudhishthira, listen to all at length as I relate the story, which thou hast asked me to narrate. O child, in days of yore, there was, once, a terrible time in the Krita Yuga when the eternal and primeval deity assumed the duties of Yama. And, O thou that never fallest off, when the god of gods began to perform the functions of Yama, there died not a creature while the births were as usual. Then there began to multiply birds and beasts and kine and sheep and deer and all kinds of carnivorous animals. O tiger among men and vanquisher of foes, then the human race also increased by thousands, even like unto a current of water. And, O my son, when the increase of population had been so frightful, the earth, oppressed with the excessive burden, sank down for 100 yojanas. and suffering pain in all her limbs, and being deprived of her senses by excessive pressure, the earth in distress sought the protection of Narayana, the foremost of the gods. The earth spake, saying, "It is by thy favor, O possessor of the 6 attributes, that I had been able to remain so long in my position. But I have been overcome with burden, and now I cannot hold myself any longer. It behoveth thee, O adorable one, to relieve this load of mine. I have sought thy protection, O Lord, and do thou, therefore, extend unto me thy favor." Hearing these words of hers, the eternal Lord, possessor of the 6 attributes, complacently said, in words uttered in distinct letters, Vishnu said, "Thou need not fear, O afflicted earth, the bearer of all treasures. I shall act so that thou mayst be made light." Lomesa said, having thus dismissed the earth, who hath the mountains for her earrings, he suddenly became turned into a boar with 1 tusk, and of exceeding effulgence. Causing terror with his glowing red eyes and emitting fumes from his blazing luster, he began to swell in magnitude in that region. O hero, then holding the earth with his single radiant tusk, that being who pervadeth the Vedas, raised her up 100 yojanas. And while she was being thus raised, there ensued a mighty agitation, and all the celestials, together with the sages of ascetic wealth, became agitated. And heaven, and the firmament, and also the earth were filled with exclamations of "Oh!" and "Alas!" And neither the celestials nor men could rest in peace. Then countless celestials together with the sages went to Brahma, who was seated burning as it were in his own luster. Then approaching Brahma, the Lord of celestials, and the witness of the acts of all beings, they with folded hands spake the following words: "O Lord of the celestials, all created beings have become agitated, and the mobile and immobile creatures are restless. O Lord of the celestials, even the oceans are found to be agitated, and this whole earth hath gone down 100 yojanas. What is the matter? And by whose influence is it that the whole universe is in ferment? May it please thee to explain it unto us without delay, for we are all bewildered." Thereupon Brahma replied, "Ye immortals, do ye not entertain fear for the Asuras in any matter or place? Hearken, ye celestials, to the reason to which all this commotion is owing. This agitation in the heavens hath been produced by the influence of the illustrious being who is omnipresent, eternal, and the never-perishing soul. That supreme soul, Vishnu, hath lifted up the earth, who had entirely sunk down 100 yojanas. This commotion hath taken place in consequence of the earth being raised up. Know ye this, and dispel your doubts." The celestials said, "Where is that being who with pleasure riseth up the earth? O possessor of the 6 attributes, mention unto us the place. Thither shall we repair." Brahma said, "Go ye. May good happen to you. Ye will find him resting in the Nandana gardens. Yonder is visible the glorious worshipful Suparna, Garuda. After having raised the earth, the supreme being from whom the world become manifest, flammeth even in the shape of a boar, like unto the all-consuming fire at the universal dissolution. And on his beast is really to be seen the gem Srivatsa. Go, and behold that being, knowing no deterioration." Lomesa said, "Then the celestials, placing the grandsire at their head, came to that infinite soul, and having listened to his praise, bade him adieu and went back to whence they had come." Vysampayana said, "O Janamejaya, having heard this story, all the Pandavas without delay and with alacrity began to proceed by the way pointed out by Lomesa." Mahabharata, Book 3, Section 142. Vysampayana said, "O king, then those foremost of bowmen, of immeasurable prowess, holding bows stringed at full stretch and equipped with quivers and arrows and wearing finger caps made of the guana skin, and with their swords on, proceeded with Panchali towards the Gandhamadana, taking with them the best of Brahmanas. And on their way they saw various lakes, and rivers, and mountains, and forests, and trees of wide-spreading shade on mountain summits, and places abounding in trees bearing flowers and fruit in all seasons, and frequented by celestials and sages. And restraining their senses within their inner self and subsisting on fruits and roots, the heroes passed through rugged regions, craggy and difficult of passage, beholding many and various kinds of beasts. Thus those high-souled ones entered the mountain inhabited by the sages, the Siddhas and the celestials, and frequented by the Kinnaras and the Apsaras. And, O Lord of men, as those mighty heroes were entering the mountain Gandamandana, there arose a violent wind, attended with a heavy shower. And owing to this, mighty clouds of dust bearing lots of dry leaves rose, and all on a sudden covered earth, air, and firmament. And when the heavens had been covered with dust, nothing could be perceived, neither could they, the Pandavas, speak to one another. And with eyes enveloped with darkness and pushed by the wind-carrying particles of rocks, they could not see one another. And there began to arrive mighty sounds proceeding from the tree, and also from those breaking down incessantly under the force of the wind, and falling to the ground. And distracted by gusts of the wind, they thought, are the heavens falling down, or the earth and the mountains being rent? And afraid of the wind, they felt about with their hands, and took shelter under the wayside tree and anthills, and in caverns. Then holding his bow and supporting Krishna, the mighty Bhimasena stood under a tree. And Yudhishthira the just with Daumya crept into the deep wood. And Sahadeva, carrying the sacred fire with him, took shelter in a rock. And Nakula, together with Lomesa and other brahmanas of great asceticism, stood in fright, each under a tree. Then when the wind had abated and the dust subsided, there came down a shower in torrents. There also arose a loud rattling noise, like unto the thunder hurled, and quick flashing lightning began to play gracefully upon the clouds. And being helped on by the swift wind, showers of rain poured down without intermissions, filling all sides round. And, O Lord of men, all around there began to flow many rivers covered with foam and turbid with mud, and these bearing volumes of water spread over the frothy rafts rushed down with tremendous roar, uprooting trees. And afterwards, when that sound had ceased and the air had arisen, they, each of them, cautiously came out of their coverts and met together, O descendant of Bharata. And then the heroes started for the mountain Gandhamadana. Mahabharata, Book 3, Section 143. Vysampayana said, when the high-souled sons of Pandu had proceeded only 2 miles, Draupadi, unaccustomed to travel on foot, sank down. Weary and afflicted as she was, the poor daughter of Panchala became faint on account of the hailstorm and also of her extreme delicacy. And trembling with faintness, the black-eyed one supported herself on her thighs with her plump arms, becoming her graceful form. And thus resting for support on her thighs resembling the trunk of an elephant, and which were in contract with each other, she suddenly dropped upon the ground, trembling like a plantain tree. And finding that the beautiful one was falling down like a twisted creeper, Nakula ran forward and supported her. And he said, O king, this black-eyed daughter of Panchala, being weary, hath fallen down upon the ground. Do thou, therefore, tend her, O son of Bharata. Undeserving as she is of misery, this lady of slow pace hath been subject to great hardships, and she is also worn out with the fatigues of the journey. O mighty king, do thou therefore comfort her. Vysampayana said, having heard these words of Nakula, the king as also Bhima and Sadeva became sorely afflicted, and hastily ran towards her. And finding her weak, and her countenance pale, the pious son of Kunti began to lament in grief, taking her on his lap. Yudhishthira said, accustomed to ease, and deserving to sleep in well-protected rooms, on beds spread over with fine sheets, how doth this beautiful one sleep prostrate on the ground? Alas! On my account, alone, the delicate feet and the lotus-like face of this one deserving of all excellent things, have contracted a dark blue hue. Oh, what have I done? Fool that I am, having been addicted to dice, I have been wandering in the forest full of wild beasts, taking Krishna in my company. This large-eyed one had been bestowed by her father, the king of the Drupadas, in the hope that the blessed girl would be happy by obtaining the sons of Pandu for her lords. It is on account of my wretched self, that without obtaining anything hoped for, she sleepeth prostrate on the ground, tired with hardships, sorrow, and travel. Vysampayana said, while King Yudhishthira the just was lamenting thus, Daumya with all the other principal brahmanas came to the spot. And they began to console him and to honor him with blessings. And they recited mantras capable of dispelling rakshasas and, to that end, also performed rites. And on the mantras being recited by the great ascetics, in order to the restoration of Panchali's health, Panchali, frequently touched by the Pandavas with their soothing palms and fanned by cool breezes surcharged with particles of water, fell to ease, and gradually regained her senses. And finding that exhausted poor lady restored to her senses, the sons of Pritha, placing her on deerskin, caused her to take rest. And taking her feet of red soles, bearing auspicious marks, the twins began to press them gently with their hands, scarred by the bowstring. And Yudhishthira the just, the foremost of the Kurus, also comforted her and addressed Bhima in the following words: O Bhima, there yet remain many mountains before us, rugged and inaccessible because of snow. How, long-armed one, will Krishna pass over them? Thereupon Bhima said, O king, I myself shall carry thee, together with this princess and these bulls among men, the twins. Therefore, O king of kings, resign not thy mind unto despair. Or, at thy bidding, O sinless one, Hidimava's son, the mighty Gatotkacha, who is capable of ranging the skies and who is like unto me in strength, will carry us all. Vaisampayana said, Then with Yudhishthira's permission, Bhima thought of his Rakshasa son. And no sooner was he thought of by his father than the pious Gatotkacha made his appearance and, saluting the Pandavas and the Brahmanas, stood with joined hands. And they also caressed him of mighty arms. He then addressed his father, Bhimasena of dreadful prowess, saying, Having been thought of by thee, I have come here with speed, in order to serve thee. Do thou, O long-armed one, command me. I shall certainly be able to perform whatever thou bidst. Hearing this, Bhimasena hugged the Rakshasa to his breast. Mahabharata, Book 3, Section 144. Yudhishthira said, O Bhima, let this mighty and heroic Rakshasa chief, thy legitimate son, devoted to us, and truthful, and conversant with virtue, carry his mother, Draupadi, without delay. And, O possessor of dreadful prowess, depending on the strength of thy arms, I shall reach the Gandhamadana, unhurt, together with Panchala's daughter. Vaisampayana said, hearing the words of his brother, that tiger among men, Bhimasena, commanded his son, Gatotkacha, repressor of foes, saying, O invincible son of Hidimva, this thy mother hath been sorely tired. Thou art, again, strong and capable of going wherever thou likest. Do thou therefore, O ranger of the skies, carry her. May prosperity attend thee. Taking her on thy shoulders, thou shalt go in our company, adopting a course not far overhead, so that thou mayst not render her uneasy. Thereat, Gatotkacha said, Even single-handed, I am able to carry Yudhishthira the just, and Daumya, and Krishna, and the twins, and what wonder then that I shall today carry them, when I have others to assist me? And, O sinless one, hundreds of other heroic Rakshasas, capable of moving through the sky, and of assuming any shape at will together carry you all with the Brahmanas. Vaisampayana said, saying this, Gatotkacha carried Krishna in the midst of the Pandavas, and the other Rakshasas also began to carry the Pandavas. And by virtue of his native energy, Lomesa of incomparable effulgence moved along the path of the Siddhas, like unto a second sun. And at the command of the Lord of the Rakshasas, those Rakshasas of terrific prowess began to proceed, bearing all the other Brahmanas, and beholding many a romantic wood. And they proceeded towards the gigantic jujube tree. And carried by the Rakshasas of great speed, proceeding at a rapid pace, the heroes passed over long extending ways quickly, as if over short ones. And on their way they saw various tracts crowded with Mlechka people, and containing mines of diverse gems. And they also saw hillocks teeming with various minerals, thronged with Vidyadharas, inhabited on all sides by monkeys and Kinnaras and Kimpurushas and Gandharvas, and filled with peacocks, and chamaras, and apes, and ruris, and bears, and gavayas, and buffaloes, intersected with a network of rivulets, and inhabited by various birds and beasts, and beautified by elephants, and abounding in trees and enraptured birds. After having thus passed many countries, and also the utter Akuras, they saw that foremost of mountains, the Kailasa, containing many wonders. And by the side of it, they beheld the hermitage of Nara and Narayana, with celestial trees bearing flowers and fruits in all seasons. And they also beheld that beautiful jujube of round trunk. And it was fresh, and of deep shade, and of excellent beauty, and of thick, soft, and sleek foliage, and healthful, and having gigantic boughs, and wide-spreading, and of incomparable luster, and bearing full-grown, tasteful, and holy fruits dropping honey. And this celestial tree was frequented by hosts of mighty sages, and was always inhabited by various birds maddened with animal spirits. And it grew at a spot devoid of mosquitoes and gadflies, and abounding in fruits and roots and water, and covered with green grass, and inhabited by the celestials and the Gandharvas, and of smooth surface, and naturally healthful, and beauteous and cool, and of delicate feel. Having reached that tree, together with those bulls among Brahmanas, the high-souled ones gently alighted from the shoulders of the Rakshasas. Then, in company with those bulls among the twice-born ones, the Pandavas beheld that romantic asylum presided over by Nara and Narayana, devoid of gloom, and sacred, and untouched by the solar rays, and free from those rubs, viz. hunger and thirst, heat and cold, and removing all sorrow, and crowded with hosts of mighty sages, and adorned with the grace proceeding from the Vedas, Saman, rich, and Yajus, and, O king, inaccessible to men who have renounced religion, and beautified with offerings, and homas, and sacred, and well-swept and daubed, and shining all around with offerings of celestial blossoms, and spread over with altars of sacrificial fire, and sacred ladles and pots, and graced with large water jars, and baskets, and the refuge of all beings, and echoing with the chanting of the Vedas, and heavenly, and worthy of being inhabited, and removing fatigue, and attended with splendor and of incomprehensible merit, and majestic with divine qualities. And the hermitage was inhabited by hosts of great sages, subsisting on fruits and roots, and having their senses under perfect control, and clad in black deerskins, and effulgent like unto the sun and Agni, and of souls magnified by asceticism and intent on emancipation, and leading the vanaprastha mode of life, and of subdued senses, and identified with the Supreme Soul, and of high fortune, and reciting Vedic hymns. Then, having purified himself and restrained his senses, that son of Dharma, the intelligent Yudhishthira of exceeding energy, accompanied by his brothers, approached those sages. And all the great sages endued with supernatural knowledge, knowing Yudhishthira arrived, received him joyfully. And those sages engaged in the recitation of the Vedas, and like unto fire itself, after having conferred blessings on Yudhishthira, cheerfully accorded him fitting reception. And they gave him clean water and flowers and roots. And Yudhishthira the just received with regard the things gladly offered for his reception by the great sages. And then, O sinless one, Pandu's son together with Krishna and his brothers, and thousands of Brahmanas versed in the Vedas and the Vedangas, entered into that holy hermitage, like unto the abode of Sukra, and pleasing the mind with heavenly odors, and resembling heaven itself, and attended with beauty. There the pious Yudhishthira beheld the hermitage of Nara and Narayana, beautified by the Bhagirathi and worshipped by the gods and the celestial sages. And seeing that hermitage inhabited by the Brahmarshis and containing fruits dropping honey, the Pandavas were filled with delight. And having reached that place, the high-souled ones began to dwell with the Brahmanas. There beholding the holy lake Vinda, and the mountain Menaka, of golden summits and inhabited by various species of birds, the magnanimous ones lived happily with joy. The son of Pandu together with Krishna took pleasure in ranging excellent and captivating woods, shining with flowers of every season, beauteous on all sides with trees bearing blown blossoms, and bending down with the weight of fruits, and attended by the numerous male kokilas and of glossy foliage, and thick and having cool shade and lovely to behold. They took delight in beholding diverse beautiful lakes of limpid water and shining all round with lotuses and lilies. And there, O Lord, the balmy breeze bearing pure fragrance, blew gladdening all the Pandavas, together with Krishna. And hard by the gigantic Jujube, the mighty son of Kunti saw the Bhagirathi of easy descent and cool and furnished with fresh lotuses, and having stairs made of rubies and corals, and graced with trees, and scattered over with celestial flowers, and gladsome to the mind. And at that spot, frequented by celestials and sages, and extremely inaccessible, they, after having purified themselves, offered oblations unto the Pitris and the gods and the Rishis in the sacred waters of the Bhagirathi. Thus those bulls among men, the heroic perpetuators of the Kuru race, began to reside there with the Brahmanas offering oblations and practicing meditation. And those tigers among men, the Pandavas of the godlike appearance, felt delight in witnessing the various amusements of Draupadi. Mahabharata, Book 3, Section 145. Vyasa said, "Their observing cleanliness, those tigers among men dwelt for 6 nights, in expectation of beholding the Nanjaya. And it came to pass that all of a sudden there blew a wind from the northeast and brought a celestial lotus of 1,000 petals and effulgent as the sun. And Panchali saw that pure and charming lotus of unearthly fragrance, brought by the wind and left on the ground. And having obtained that excellent and beautiful lotus, that blessed one became exceedingly delighted, O king, and addressed Bhimasena in the following words, Behold, O Bhima, this most beautiful unearthly flower having within it the very source of fragrance. It gladdened my heart, O represser of foes. This one shall be presented to Yudhishthira the just. Do thou, therefore, procure others for my satisfaction in order that I may carry them to our hermitage in the Kamayaka. If, O Pritha's son, I have found grace with thee, do thou then procure others of this species in large numbers. I wish to carry them to our hermitage." Having said this, the blameless lady of beautiful glances approached Yudhishthira the just, taking the flower. And knowing the desire of his beloved queen, that bull among men, Bhima of great strength, also set out, in order to gratify her. And intent upon fetching the flowers, he began to proceed at rapid space, facing the wind, in the direction from which the flower had come. And taking the bow inlaid with gold on the back as also arrows like unto venomous snakes, he proceeded as a lion in anger or an elephant in rut. And all beings gazed at him, holding a mighty bow and arrows. And neither exhaustion, nor languor, neither fear nor confusion, ever possessed the son of Pritha and the offspring of Vayu, wind. And desirous of pleasing Draupadi the mighty one, free from fear or confusion, ascended the peak depending on the strength of his arms. And that slayer of foes began to range that beautiful peak covered with trees, creepers, and of black rocky base, and frequented by Kinnaras, and variegated with minerals, plants, beasts, and birds of various hues, and appearing like an upraised arm of the earth adorned with an entire set of ornaments. And that one of matchless prowess proceeded, fixing his look at the slopes of the Gandhamadana, beautiful with flowers of every season and revolving various thoughts in his mind, and with his ears, eyes, and mind rivet to the spots resounding with the notes of male kokalas and ringing with the hum of black bees. And like an elephant in rut ranging mad in a forest, that one of mighty prowess smelt the rare odor proceeding from the flowers of every season. And he was fanned by the fresh breeze of the Gandhamadana bearing the perfumes of various blossoms and cooling like unto a father's touch. On his fatigue being removed, the down on his body stood on end. And in this state that represser of foes for the flowers began to survey all the mountain, inhabited by Yakshas and Gandharvas and Celestials and Brahmarshis. And brushed by the leaves of Saptakata tree, besmeared with fresh red, black, and white minerals, he looked as if decorated with lines of holy unguents drawn by fingers. And with clouds stretching at its sides, the mountain seemed dancing with outspread wings. And on account of the trickling waters of springs, it appeared to be decked with necklaces of pearls. And it contained romantic caverns and groves and cascades and caves. And there were excellent peacocks dancing to the jingling of the bangles of the apsaras. And its rocky surface was worn away by the end of tusks of the elephants presiding over the cardinal points. And with the waters of rivers falling down, the mountain looked as if its clothes were getting loosened. And that graceful son of the wind god playfully and cheerfully went on, pushing away by his force countless intertwisted creepers. And stags in curiosity gazed at him, with grass in their mouths. And not having experienced fear ever before, they were unalarmed, and did not flee away. And being engaged in fulfilling the desire of his love, the youthful son of Pandu, stalwart and of splendor like unto the hue of gold, and having a body strong as a lion, and treading like a mad elephant, and possessing the force of a mad elephant, and having coppery eyes like unto those of a mad elephant, and capable of checking a mad elephant, began to range the romantic sides of the Gandhamadana with his beautiful eyes uplifted, and displaying as it were a novel type of beauty. And the wives of Yakshas and Gandharvas, sitting invisible by the side of their husbands, stared at him, turning their faces with various motions. Intent upon gratifying Draupadi, exiled unto the woods, as he was ranging the beautiful Gandhamadana, he remembered the many and various woes caused by Duryodhana. And he thought, now that Arjuna sojourn in heaven and that I too have come away to procure the flowers, what will our brother Yudhishthira do at present? Surely, from affection and doubting their prowess, that foremost of men, Yudhishthira, will not let Nakula and Sadeva come in search of us. How, again, can I obtain the flowers soon? Thinking thus, that tiger among men proceeded in a mane like unto the king of birds, his mind and sight fixed on the delightful side of the mountain. And having for his provisions on the journey the words of Draupadi, the mighty son of Pandu, Vrkodara Bhima, endued with strength and the swiftness of the wind, with his mind and sight fixed on the blooming slopes of the mountain, proceeded speedily, making the earth tremble with his tread, even as doth a hurricane at the equinox, and frightening herds of elephants and grinding lions and tigers and deer and uprooting and smashing large trees and tearing away by force plants and creepers, like unto an elephant ascending higher and higher the summit of a mountain, and roaring fiercely even as a cloud attended with thunder. And awakened by that mighty roaring of Bhima, tigers came out of their dens, while other rangers of the forest hid themselves. And the coursers of the sky sprang up, on their wing, in fright. And herds of deer hurriedly ran away. And birds left the trees, and fled. And lions forsook their dens. And the mighty lions were roused from their slumber. And the buffaloes stared. And the elephants in fright, leaving that wood, ran to more extensive forests company with their mates. And the boars and the deer and the lions and the buffaloes and the tigers and the jackals and the gavayas of the wood began to cry in herds. And the ruddy geese, and the gallinules, and the ducks, and the karandavas, and the plavas, and the parrots, and the male kokalas, and the herons in confusion flew in all directions, while some proud elephants urged by their mates, as also some lions and elephants in rage, flew at Bhimasena. And as they were distracted at heart through fear, these fierce animals discharging urine and dung, set up loud yells with gaping mouths. Thereupon the illustrious and graceful son of the wind god, the mighty Pandava, depending upon the strength of his arms, began to slay one elephant with another elephant and one lion with another lion, while he dispatched the others with slaps. And on being struck by Bhima, the lions and the tigers and the leopards, and fright gave loud cries and discharged urine and dung. And after having destroyed these, the handsome son of Pandu, possessed of mighty strength, entered into the forest, making all sides resound with his shouts. And then the long-armed one saw on the slopes of the Gandhamadana a beautiful plantain tree spreading over many a yojana. And like unto a mad lion, that one of great strength proceeded amain towards that tree, breaking down various plants. And that foremost of strong persons, Bhima, uprooting innumerable plantain trunks equal in height to many palm trees, placed one above another, cast them on all sides with force. And that highly powerful one, haughty like a male lion, sent up shouts. And then he encountered countless beasts of gigantic size, and stags, and monkeys, and lions, and buffaloes, and aquatic animals. And what with the cries of these, and what with the shouts of Bhima, even the beasts and birds that were at distant parts of the wood became all frightened. And hearing those cries of beasts and birds, myriads of aquatic fowls suddenly rose up on wetted wings. And seeing these fowls of water, that bull among the Bharatas proceeded in that direction, and saw a vast and romantic lake. And that fathomless lake was, as it were, being fanned by the golden plantain trees on the coast, shaken by the soft breezes. And immediately descending into the lake abounding in lilies and lotuses, he began to sport lustily like unto a mighty maddened elephant. Having thus sported there for a long while, he of immeasurable effulgence ascended, in order to penetrate with speed into that forest filled with trees. Then the Pandava winded with all his might his loud-blowing shell. And striking his arms with his hands, the mighty Bhima made all the points of heaven resound. And filled with the sounds of the shell, and with the shouts of Bhimasena, and also with the reports produced by the striking of his arms, the caves of the mountain seemed as if they were roaring. And hearing those loud arm strokes, like unto the crashing of thunder, the lions that were slumbering in the caves uttered mighty howls. And being terrified by the yelling of the lions, the elephants, O Bharata, sent forth tremendous roars, which filled the mountain. And hearing those sounds emitted, and knowing also Bhimasena to be his brother, the ape Hanuman, the chief of monkeys, with the view of doing good to Bhima, obstructed the path leading to heaven. And thinking that he, Bhima, should not pass that way, Hanuman lay across the narrow path, beautified by plantain trees, obstructing it for the sake of the safety of Bhima. with the object that Bhima might not come by curse or defeat by entering into the plantain wood. The ape Hanuman of huge body lay down amidst the plantain trees, being overcome with drowsiness. And he began to yawn, lashing his long tail, raised like unto the pole consecrated to Indra, and sounding like thunder. And on all sides round, the mountains by the mouths of caves emitted those sounds in echo, like a cow lowing. And as it was being shaken by the reports produced by the lashing of the tail, the mountain with its summits tottering, began to crumble all around. And overcoming that roaring of mad elephants, the sounds of his tail spread over the varied slopes of the mountain. On those sounds being heard, the down of Bhima's body stood on end, and he began to range that plantain wood, in search of those sounds. And that one of mighty arms saw the monkey chief in the plantain wood, on an elevated rocky base. And he was hard to be looked at even as the lightning flash, and of coppery hue like that of the lightning flash, and endued with the voice of the lightning flash, and quick moving as the lightning flash, and having his short flesh neck supported on his shoulders, and with his waist slender in consequence of the fullness of his shoulders. And his tail covered with long hair, and a little bent at the end, was raised like unto a banner. And Bhima saw Hanuman's head furnished with small lips, and coppery face and tongue, and red ears, and brisk eyes, and bare white incisors sharpened at the edge. And his head was like unto the shining moon, adorned with white teeth within the mouth, and with mane scattered over, resembling a heap of asoka flowers. And amidst the golden plantain trees, that one of exceeding effulgence was lying like unto a blazing fire, with his radiant body. And that slayer of foes as casting glances with his eyes reddened with intoxication. And the intelligent Bhima saw that mighty chief of monkeys, of huge body, lying like unto the Himalaya, obstructing the path of heaven. And seeing him alone in that mighty forest, the undaunted athletic Bhima, of long arms, approached him with rapid strides, and uttered a loud shout like unto the thunder. And at that shout of Bhima, beasts and birds became all alarmed. The powerful Hanuman, however, opening his eyes partially looked at him, Bhima, with disregard, with eyes reddened with intoxication. And then smilingly addressing him, Hanuman said the following words, "Ill as I am, I was sleeping sweetly. Why hast thou awakened me? Thou shouldst show kindness to all creatures, as thou hast reason. Belonging to the animal species, we are ignorant of virtue. But being endued with reason, men show kindness towards creatures. Why do then reasonable persons like thee commit themselves to acts contaminating alike body, speech, and heart, and destructive of virtue? Thou knowest not what virtue is, neither hast thou taken counsel of the wise. And therefore it is that from ignorance and childishness thou destroyest the lower animals. Say, who art thou, and what for hast thou come to the forest devoid of humanity and human beings? And, O foremost of men, tell thou also whither thou wilt go today. Further it is impossible to proceed. Yonder hills are inaccessible. O hero, save the passage obtained by the practice of asceticism, there is no passage to that place. This is the path of the celestials, it is ever impassable by mortals. Out of kindness, O hero, do I dissuade thee. Do thou hearken unto my words? Thou canst not proceed further from this place. Therefore, O Lord, do thou desist. O chief of men, today in very way thou art welcome to this place. If thou think it proper to accept my words, do thou then, O best of men, rest here, partaking of fruits and roots, sweet as ambrosia, and do not have thyself destroyed for naught. Mahabharata, Book 3, Section 146. Vyasa said, O repressor of foes, hearing these words of the intelligent monkey chief, the heroic Bhima answered, Who art thou? And why also hast thou assumed the shape of a monkey? It is a Kshatriya one of a race next to the Brahmanas that asketh thee. And he belongeth to the Kuru race and the lunar stock, and was born by Kunti in her womb, and is one of the sons of Pandu, and is the offspring of the wind god, and is known by the name of Bhimasena. Hearing these words of the Kuru hero, Hanuman smiled, and that son of the wind god, Hanuman, spake unto that offspring of the wind god, Bhimasena, saying, I am a monkey, I will not allow thee the passage thou desirest. Better desist and go back. Do thou not meet with destruction? At this Bhimasena replied, Destruction and anything else do I not ask thee about, O monkey. Do thou give me passage. Arise. Do not come by grief at my hands. Hanuman said, I have no strength to rise, I am suffering from illness. If go thou must, do thou go by overleaping me. Bhima said, the supreme soul void of the properties pervadeth a body all over. Him knowable alone by knowledge I cannot disregard. And therefore will I not overleap thee. If I had not known him from whom become manifest all creatures, I would have leapt over thee and also the mountain, even as Hanuman had bounded over the ocean. Thereupon Hanuman said, Who is that Hanuman who had bounded over the ocean? I ask thee, O best of men. Relate if thou canst. Bhima replied, He is even my brother, excellent with every perfection, and endued with intelligence and strength both of mind and body. And he is the illustrious chief of monkeys, renowned in the Ramayana. And for Rama's queen, that king of the monkeys even with one leap crossed the ocean extending over 100 yojanas. That mighty one is my brother. I am equal unto him in energy, strength, and prowess, and also in fight. And able am I to punish thee. So arise. Either give me passage or witness my prowess today. If thou do not listen to my bidding, I shall send thee to the abode of Yama. Vaisampayana continued. Then knowing him, Bhima, to be intoxicated with strength, and proud of the might of his arms, Hanuman, slighting him at heart, said the following words, Relent thou, O sinless one. In consequence of age, I have no strength to get up. From pity for me, do thou go, moving aside my tail. Being thus addressed by Hanuman, Bhima, proud of the strength of his arms, took him for one wanting in energy and prowess, and thought within himself, taking fast hold of the tail, Will I send this monkey destitute of energy and prowess to the region of Yama? Thereat, with a smile he slightingly took hold of the tail with his left hand, but could not move that tail of the mighty monkey. Then with both arms he pulled it, resembling the pole reared in honor of Indra. Still the mighty Bhima could not raise the tail with both his arms. And his eyebrows were contracted up, and his eyes rolled, and his face was contracted into wrinkles, and his body was covered with sweat, and yet he could not raise it. And when after having striven, the illustrious Bhima failed in raising the tail, he approached the side of the monkey, and stood with a bashful countenance. And bowing down, Kunti's son, with joined hands, spake these words, Relent thou, O foremost of monkeys, and forgive me for my harsh words. Art thou a Siddha, or a god, or a Gandharv, or a Guhyaka? I ask thee out of curiosity. Tell me who thou art that hast assumed the shape of monkey, if it be not a secret, O long-armed one, and if I can well hear it. I ask thee as a disciple, and I, O sinless one, seek thy refuge. Thereupon Hanuman said, O represser of foes, even to the extent of thy curiosity to know me, shall I relate all at length. Listen, O son of Pandu. O lotus-eyed one, I was begotten by the wind god that life of the world upon the wife of Kesari. I am a monkey, by name Hanuman. All the mighty monkey kings and monkey chiefs used to wait upon that son of the sun, Sugriva, and that son of Sakra, Valley. And, O represser of foes, a friendship subsisted between me and Sugriva, even as between the wind and fire. And for some cause, Sugriva, driven out by his brother, for a long time dwelt with me at the Hrisyamukh. And it came to pass that the mighty son of Dasaratha, the heroic Rama, who was Vishnu's self in the shape of a human being, took his birth in this world. And in company with his queen and brother, taking his bow, that foremost of bowmen with the view of compassing his father's welfare, began to reside in the Dandaka forest. And from Janastana, that mighty Rakshasa monarch, the wicked Ravana, carried away his, Rama's, queen by stratagem and force, deceiving, O sinless one, that foremost of men, through the agency of a Rakshasa, Maricha, who assumed the form of a deer marked with gem-like and golden spots. Mahabharata, Book 3, Section 147. Hanuman said, and after his wife was carried away, that descendant of Raghu, while searching with his brother for his queen, met, on the summit of that mountain, with Sugriva, chief of the monkeys. Then a friendship was contracted between him and the high-souled Raghava. And the latter, having slain Valley, installed Sugriva in the kingdom. And having obtained the kingdom, Sugriva sent forth monkeys by hundreds and by thousands in search of Sita. And, O best of men, I too with innumerable monkeys set out towards the south in quest of Sita, O mighty armed one. Then a mighty vulture Sampati by name communicated the tidings that Sita was in the abode of Ravana. Thereupon, with the object of securing success unto Rama, I all of a sudden bounded over the main, extending for 100 yojanas. And, O chief of the Bharatas, having by my own prowess crossed the ocean, that abode of sharks and crocodiles, I saw in Ravana's residence, the daughter of King Janaka, Sita, like unto the daughter of a celestial. And having interviewed that lady, Vaidehi, Rama's beloved, and burnt the whole of Lanka with its towers and ramparts and gates, and proclaimed my name there, I returned. Hearing everything from me, the lotus-eyed Rama at once ascertained his course of action, and having for the passage of his army constructed a bridge across the deep, crossed it followed by myriads of monkeys. Then by prowess Rama slew those Rakshasas in battle, and also Ravana, the oppressor of the worlds, together with his Rakshasa followers. And having slain the king of the Rakshasas, with his brother, and sons, and kindred, he installed in the kingdom in Lanka the Rakshasa chief, Vibhishana, pious, and reverent, and kind to devoted dependents. Then Rama recovered his wife even like the lost Vedic revelation. Then Raghu's son, Rama, with his devoted wife, returned to his own city, Ayodhya, inaccessible to enemies, and that lord of men began to dwell there. Then that foremost of kings, Rama, was established in the kingdom. Thereafter, I asked a boon of the lotus-eyed Rama, saying, O slayer of foes, Rama, may I live as long as the history of thy deeds remaineth extant on earth. Thereupon he said, So be it. O repressor of foes, O Bhima, through the grace of Sita also, here all excellent objects of entertainment are supplied to me, whoever abide at this place. Rama reigned for the 1,100 years. Then he ascended to his own abode. Ever since, here Apsaras and Gandharvas delight me, singing for I the deeds of that hero, O sinless one. O son of the Kurus, this path is impassable to mortals. For this, O Bharata, as also with the view that none might defeat or curse thee, have I obstructed thy passage to this path trod by the immortals. This is one of the paths to heaven, for the celestials, mortals cannot pass this way. But the lake in search of which thou hast come, leath even in that direction. Mahabharata, Book 3, Section 148. Vaisampayana continued, thus addressed, the powerful Bhimasena of mighty arms, affectionately, and with a cheerful heart, bowed unto his brother, Hanuman, the monkey chief, and said in mild words, None is more fortunate than I am, now have I seen my elder brother. It is a great favor shown unto me, and I have been well pleased with thee. Now I wish that thou mayst fulfill this desire of mine. I desire to behold, O hero, that incomparable form of thine, which thou at that time hadst had, and bounding over the main, that abode of sharks and crocodiles. Thereby I shall be satisfied, and also believe in thy words. Thus addressed, that mighty monkey said with a smile, That form of mine neither thou, not any one else can behold. At that age, the state of things was different, and doth not exist at present. In the Krita age, the state of things was one, and in the Treta, another, and in the Dwapara, still another. Diminution is going on this age, and I have not that form now. The ground, rivers, plants, and rocks, and siddhas, gods, and celestial sages conform to time, in harmony with the state of things in the different yugas. Therefore, do not desire to see my former shape, O perpetuator of the Kuru race. I am conforming to the tendency of the age. Verily, time is irresistible. Bhimasena said, Tell me of the duration of the different yugas, and of the different manners and customs, and of virtue, pleasure and profit, and of acts, and energy, and of life and death in the different yugas. Thereupon Hanuman said, O child, that yuga is called Krita when the one eternal religion was extant. And in that best of yugas, every one had religious perfection, and, therefore, there was no need of religious acts. And then virtue knew no deterioration, nor did people decrease. It is for this that this age is called Krita, perfect. But in time the yuga had come to be considered as an inferior one. And, O child, in the Krita age, there were neither gods, nor demons, nor Gandharvas, nor Yakshas, nor Rakshasas, nor Nagas. And there was no buying and selling. And the Sama, the rich, and the Yajus did not exist. And there was no manual labor. And then the necessaries of life were obtained only by being thought of. And the only merit was in renouncing the world. And during that yuga, there was neither disease, nor decay of the senses. And there was neither malice, nor pride, nor hypocrisy, nor discord, nor ill will, nor cunning, nor fear, nor misery, nor envy, nor covetousness. And for this, that prime refuge of yogis, even the supreme Brahma, was attainable to all. And Narayana wearing a white hue was the soul of all creatures. And in the Krita Yuga, the distinctive characteristics of Brahmanas, Kshatriyas, Vaishyas, and Sudras were natural, and these ever stuck to their respective duties. And then Brahma was the sole refuge, and their manners and customs were naturally adapted to the attainment of Brahma, and the objects of their knowledge was the sole Brahma, and all their acts also had reference to Brahma. In this way all the orders attained merit. And one uniform soul was the object of their meditation, and there was only one mantra, the Om, and there was one ordinance. And although of different characteristics, all of them followed a single Veda, and they had one religion. And according to the divisions of time, they led the four modes of life, without aiming at any object, and so they attained emancipation. The religion consisting in the identification of self with Brahma indicates the Krita Yuga. And in the Krita Yuga, the virtue of the four orders is throughout entire in fourfold measure. Such is the Krita Yuga devoid of the three qualities. Do thou also hear from me of the character of the Trita Yuga. In this age, sacrifices are introduced, and virtue decreaseth by a quarter. And Narayana, who is the soul of all creatures, assumeth a red color. And men practice truth, and devote themselves to religion and religious rites. And thence sacrifices and various religious observances come into existence. And in the Trita Yuga people begin to devise means for the attainment of an object, and they attain it through acts and gifts. And they never deviate from virtue. And they are devoted to asceticism and to the bestowal of gifts. And the four orders adhere to their respective duties, and perform rites. Such are the men of the Trita Yuga. In the Dwapara Yuga, religion decreaseth by 1/2. And Narayana weareth a yellow hue. And the Veda becometh divided into 4 parts. And then some men retain the knowledge of the 4 Vedas, and some of 3 Vedas, and some of 1 Veda, while others do not know even the riches. And on the Shastras becoming thus divided, acts become multiplied. And largely influenced by passion, people engage in asceticism and gifts. And from their incapacity to study the entire Veda, it becomes divided into several parts. And in consequence of intellect having decreased, few are established in truth. And when people fall off from truth, they become subject to various diseases, and then lust and natural calamities ensue. And afflicted with these, people betake themselves to penances. And some celebrate sacrifices, desiring to enjoy the good things of life, or attain heaven. On the coming of the Dwapara Yuga, men become degenerate, in consequence of impiety. O son of Kunti, in the Kali Yuga a quarter only of virtue abideth. And in the beginning of this Iron Age, Narayana weareth a black hue. And the Vedas and the institutes, and virtue, and sacrifices, and religious observances fall into disuse. And then reign iti, and disease, and lassitude, and anger and other deformities, and natural calamities, and anguish, and fear of scarcity. And as the yugas wane, virtue dwindles. And as virtue dwindles away, creatures degenerate. And as creatures degenerate, their natures undergo deterioration. And the religious acts performed at the waning of the yugas produce contrary effects. And even those that live for several yugas conform to these changes. O repressor of foes, as regards thy curiosity to know me, I say this: why should a wise person be eager to know a superfluous matter? Thus, O long-armed one, have I narrated in full what thou hadst asked me regarding the characteristics of the different yugas. Good happen to thee. Do thou return. Footnotes. 306:1 ITI means these 6 things, unfavorable to crops: excessive rain, drought, rats, locusts, birds, and a neighboring hostile king. Mahabharata, Book 3, Section 149. Bhimsena said, "Without beholding thy former shape, I will never go away. If I have found favor with thee, do thou then show me thine own shape." Vyasa continued, being thus addressed by Bhima, the monkey with a smile showed him that form of his in which he had bounded over the main. And wishing to gratify his brother, Hanuman assumed a gigantic body which, both in length and breadth, increased exceedingly. And that monkey of immeasurable effulgence stood there, covering the plantain grove furnished with trees, and elevating himself to the height reached by the Vindhya. And the monkey, having attained his lofty and gigantic body like unto a mountain, furnished with coppery eyes, and sharp teeth, and a face marked by frown, lay covering all sides and lashing his long tail. And that son of the Kurus, Bhima, beholding that gigantic form of his brother, wondered, and the hairs of his body repeatedly stood on end. And beholding him like unto the sun in splendor, and unto a golden mountain, and also unto the blazing firmament, Bhima closed his eyes. Thereupon Hanuman addressed Bhima with a smile, saying, "O sinless one, thou art capable of beholding my size up to this extent. I can, however, go on swelling my size as long as I wish. And, O Bhima, amidst foes, my size increaseth exceedingly by its own energy." Vyasa said, witnessing that dreadful and wonderful body of Hanuman, like unto the Vindhya mountain, the son of the wind god became bewildered. Then, with his down standing erect, the noble-minded Bhima, joining his hands, replied unto Hanuman, saying, "There, O Lord, by me have been beheld the vast dimensions of thy body. Do thou, now, O highly powerful one, decrease thyself by thy own power. Surely I cannot look at thee, like unto the sun risen, and of immeasurable power, and irrepressible, and resembling the mountain Menaka. O hero, today this wonder of my heart is very great, that thou remaining by his side, Rama should have encountered Ravana personally. Depending on the strength of thy arms, thou wert capable of instantly destroying Lanka, with its warriors, and horses, elephants, and chariots. Surely, O son of the wind god, there is nothing that is incapable of being achieved by thee, and in fight, Ravana together with his followers was no match for thee single-handed." Vyasa continued, thus addressed by Bhima, Hanuman, the chief of monkeys, answered in affectionate words uttered in solemn accents. "O mighty armed one, O Bharata, it is even as thou sayest. O Bhimsena, that worst of Rakshasas was no match for me. But if I had slain Ravana, that thorn of the worlds, the glory of Raghu's son would have been obscured, and for this it is that I left him alone. By slaying that lord of the Rakshasas together with his followers, and bringing back Sita unto his own city, that hero hath established his fame among men. Now, O highly wise one, being intent on the welfare of thy brothers, and protected by the wind god, do thou go along a fortunate and auspicious way. O foremost of the Kurus, this way will lead thee to the Saugandika wood. Proceeding in this direction, thou wilt behold the gardens of Kuvara, guarded by Yakshas and Rakshasas. Do thou not pluck the flowers there, personally by thy own force, for the gods deserve regard specially from mortals. O best of the Bharata race, the gods confer their favor upon men, being propitiated by offerings, and homas, and reverential salutations, and recitation of mantras, and veneration, O Bharata. Do thou not, therefore, act with rashness, O child, and do thou not deviate from the duties of thy order. Sticking to the duties of thy order, do thou understand and follow the highest morality. Without knowing duties and serving the old, even persons like unto Vrahaspati cannot understand profit and religion. One should ascertain with discrimination those cases in which vice goeth under the name of virtue, and virtue goeth under the name of vice, cases in which people destitute of intelligence become perplexed. From religious observances proceedeth merit, and in merit are established the Vedas, and from the Vedas sacrifices come into existence, and by sacrifices are established the gods. The gods are maintained by the celebration of sacrifices prescribed by the Vedas and the religious ordinances, while men maintain themselves by following the ordinances of Vrihaspati and Usanas, and also by these avocations, by which the world is maintained, serving for wages, receiving taxes, merchandise, agriculture, and tending kine and sheep. The world subsisteth by profession. The study of the three Vedas and agriculture and trade and government constitutes, it is ordained by the wise, the professions of the twice-born ones, and each order maintaineth itself by following the profession prescribed for it. And when these callings are properly pursued, the world is maintained with ease. If, however, people do not righteously lead their lives, the world becometh lawless, in consequence of the want of Vedic merit and government. And if people do not resort to their prescribed vocations, they perish, but by regularly following the three professions, they bring about religion. The religion of the Brahmanas consisteth in the knowledge of the soul, and the hue of that order alone is universally the same. The celebration of sacrifices, and study and bestowal of gifts are well known to be the three duties common to all these orders. Officiating at sacrifices, teaching, and the acceptance of gifts are the duties of a Brahmana. To rule the subjects is the duty of the Kshatriya, and to tend cattle that of the Vaishya, while to serve the twice-born orders is said to be the duty of the Sudra. The Sudras cannot beg alms, or perform homas, or observe vows, and they must dwell in the habitation of their masters. Thy vocation, O son of Kunti, is that of the Kshatriya, which is to protect the subjects. Do thou carry out thy own duties, in an humble spirit, restraining thy senses. That king alone can govern, who taketh counsel of experienced men, and is helped by honest, intelligent, and learned ministers, but a king who is addicted to vices meeteth with defeat. Then only is the order of the world secured, when the king duly punisheth and conferreth favors. Therefore, it is necessary to ascertain to espies the nature of the hostile country, its fortified places, and the allied force of the enemy, and their prosperity and decay, and the way in which they retain the adhesion of the powers they have drawn to their side. Spies are among the important auxiliaries of the king, and tact, diplomacy, prowess, chastisement, favor, and cleverness lead to success. And success is to be attained through these, either in separation or combined, namely, conciliation, gift, sowing dissensions, chastisement, and sight. And, O chief of the Bharatas, polity hath for its root diplomacy, and diplomacy also is the main qualification of spies. And polity, if well judged, conferreth success. Therefore, in matters of polity the counsels of Brahmanas should be resorted to. And in secret affairs, these should not be consulted, namely, a woman, a sot, a boy, a covetous person, a mean-minded individual, and he that betrayeth signs of insanity. Wise men only should be consulted, and affairs are to be dispatched through officers that are able. And polity must be executed through persons that are friendly, but dunces should in all affairs be excluded. In matters religious, pious men, and in matters of gain, wise men, and in guarding families, eunuchs, and in all crooked affairs, crooked men must be employed. And the propriety or impropriety of the resolution of the enemy, as also their strength or weakness, must be ascertained through one's own as well as hostile spies. Favor should be shown to honest persons that have prudently sought protection, but lawless and disobedient individuals should be punished. And when the king justly punisheth and showeth favor, the dignity of the law is well maintained. O son of Pritha, thus have I expounded unto thee the hard duties of kings difficult to comprehend. Do thou with equanimity observe these as prescribed for thy order. The Brahmanas attain heaven through merit, mortification of the senses, and sacrifice. The Vaishyas attain excellent state through gifts, hospitality, and religious acts. The Kshatriyas attain the celestial regions by protecting and chastising the subjects, uninfluenced by lust, malice, avarice, and anger. If kings justly punish their subjects, they go to the place whither repair meritorious persons. Mahabharata, Book 3, Section 150. Vaisampayana said, then contracting that huge body of his, which he had assumed at will, the monkey with his arms again embraced by Masena. And O Bharata, on Bhima being embraced by his brother, his fatigue went off, and all the powers of body, as also his strength were restored. And having gained great accession of strength, he thought that there was none equal to him in physical power. And with tears in his eyes, the monkey from affection again addressed Bhima in choked utterance, saying, "O hero, repair to thy own abode. May I be incidentally remembered by thee in thy talk. O best of Kurus, do not tell anyone that I abide here. O thou of great strength, the most excellent of the wives of the gods and Gandharvas resort to this place, and the time of their arrival is nigh. My eyes have been blessed by seeing thee. And, O Bhima, having felt a human being by coming in contact with thee, I have been put in mind of that son of Raghu, who was Vishnu himself under the name of Rama, and who delighted the heart of the world, and who was as the sun in regard to the lotus face of Sita, and also to that darkness Ravana. Therefore, O heroic son of Kunti, let not thy meeting with me be fruitless. Do thou with fraternal feeling ask of me a boon, O Bharata. If this be thy wish, that going to Varanavada, I may destroy the insignificant sons of Dhritarashtra, even this will I immediately do. Or if this be thy wish that city may be ground by me with rocks, or that I may bind Duryodhana and bring him before thee, even this will I do today, O thou of mighty strength." Vaisampayana said, hearing those words of that high-souled one, Bhimasena with a cheerful heart answered Hanuman, saying, "O foremost of monkeys, I take all this as already performed by thee. Good happen to thee. O mighty armed one! I ask of thee this, be thou well pleased with me. O powerful one, on thy having become our protector, the Pandavas have found help. Even by thy prowess shall we conquer all foes." Thus addressed, Hanuman said unto Bhimasena, "From fraternal feeling and affection, I will do good unto thee, by diving into the army of thy foes copiously furnished with arrows and javelins. And, O highly powerful one, O hero, when thou shalt give leonine roars, then shall I with my own add force to shouts. Remaining on the flagstaff of Arjuna's car will I emit fierce shouts that will damp the energy of thy foes. Thereby ye will slay them easily." Having said this unto Pandu's son, and also pointed him out the way, Hanuman vanished at that spot. Mahabharata, Book 3, Section 151. Vaisampayana said, when that foremost of monkeys had gone away, Bhima, the best of strong men, began to range the huge Gandhamadana along that path. And he went on, thinking of Hanuman's body and splendor unrivaled on earth, and also of the greatness and dignity of Dasaratha's son. And proceeding in search of the place filled with lotuses of that kind, Bhima beheld romantic woods, and groves, and rivers, and lakes graced with trees bearing blossoms, and flowery woodlands variegated with various flowers. And, O Bharata, he beheld herds of mad elephants besmeared with mud, resembling masses of pouring clouds. And that graceful one went on with speed, beholding by the wayside woods wherein there stood with their mates deer of quick glances, holding the grass in their mouths. And fearless from prowess, Bhimasena, as if invited by the breeze-shaking trees of the forest ever fragrant with flowers, bearing delicate coppery twigs, plunged into the mountainous regions inhabited by buffaloes, bears, and leopards. And on the way, he passed by lotus lakes haunted by maddened black bees, having romantic descents in woods, and on account of the presence of lotus buds, appearing as if they had joined their hands, before Bhima. And having for his provisions on the journey the words of Draupadi, Bhima went on with speed, his mind and sight fixed on the blooming slopes of the mountain. And when the sun passed the meridian, he saw in the forest scattered over with deer, a mighty river filled with fresh golden lotuses. And being crowded with swans and karandavas, and graced with chakravakas, the river looked like a garland of fresh lotuses put on by the mountain. And in that river that one of great strength found the extensive assemblage of Saugandika lotuses, effulgent as the rising sun, and delightful to behold. And beholding it, Pandu's son thought within himself that his object had been gained, and also mentally presented himself before his beloved worn out by exile. Mahabharata, Book 3, Section 152. Vaisampayana said, having reached that spot, Bhimasena saw in the vicinity of the Kailasa cliff that beautiful lotus lake surrounded by lovely woods and guarded by the Rakshasas. And it sprang from the cascades contiguous to the abode of Kuvara. And it was beautiful to behold, and was furnished with a wide-spreading shade and abounded in various trees and creepers and was covered with green lilies. And this unearthly lake was filled with golden lotuses and swarmed with diverse species of birds. And its banks were beautiful and devoid of mud. And situated on the rocky elevation, this expanse of excellent water was exceedingly fair. And it was the wonder of the world and healthful and of romantic sight. In that lake the son of Kunti saw the water of ambrosial taste and cool and light and clear and fresh, and the Pandava drank of it profusely. And that unearthly receptacle of waters was covered with celestial Saugandika lotuses, and was also spread over with beautiful variegated golden lotuses of excellent fragrance, having graceful stalks of lapis lazulis. And swayed by swans and karandavas, these lotuses were scattering fresh farina. And this lake was the sporting region of the high-souled Kuvara, the king of the Ikshas. And it was held in high regard by the Gandharvas, the Apsaras, and the Celestials. And it was frequented by the celestial sages, and the Ikshas, and the Kempurushas, and the Rakshasas, and the Kinnaras, and it was well protected by Kuvara. And as soon as he beheld that river and that unearthly lake, Kunti's son, Bhimasena of mighty strength, became exceedingly delighted. And agreeably to the mandate of their king, hundreds and thousands of Rakshasas, named Kauravas, were guarding that lake, wearing uniforms and armed with various weapons. And as that repressor of foes, Kunti's son, the heroic Bhima of dreadful prowess, clad in deerskins and wearing golden armlets and equipped with weapons and girding his sword on, was fearlessly proceeding, with the view of gathering the lotus, those Rakshasas saw him and immediately began to address each other, shouting forth, "It behoveth you to inquire for the errand on which this foremost of men, clad in deerskins, and equipped with arms, hath come." Then they all approached the effulgent Vrkodara of mighty arms and asked, "Who art thou? Thou shouldst answer our questions. We see thee in the guise of an ascetic and yet armed with weapons. O thou of mighty intelligence, do thou unfold unto us the object with which thou hast come hither." Mahabharata, Book 3, Section 153. Bhima said, "I am the son of Pandu, and next by birth to Yudhishthira the Just, and my name is Bhimasena. O Rakshasas, I have come with my brothers to the Jujube named Visala." At that place, Panchali saw an excellent Saugandika lotus, which, of a certainty, was carried thither by the wind from this region. She wisheth to have those flowers in abundance. Know ye, ye Rakshasas, that I am engaged in fulfilling the desire of my wedded wife of faultless features, and have come hither to procure the flowers. Thereat the Rakshasas said, "O foremost of men, this spot is dear unto Kuvara, and it is his sporting region. Men subject to death cannot sport here. O Vrkodara, the celestial sages, and the gods taking the permission of the chief of the Ikshas, drink of this lake, and sport herein. And, O Pandava, the Gandharvas and the Apsaras also divert themselves in this lake. That wicked person who, disregarding the Lord of Treasures, unlawfully attempteth to sport here, without doubt, meeteth with destruction. Disregarding him, thou seekest to take away the lotuses from this place by main force. Why then dost thou say that thou art the brother of Yudhishthira the Just? First, taking the permission of the Lord of Ikshas, do thou drink of this lake and take away the flowers. If thou dost not do this, thou shalt not be able even to glance at a single lotus." Bhimasena said, "Ye Rakshasas, I do not see the Lord of Wealth here, and even if I did see that mighty king, I would not beseech him. Kshatriyas never beseech anybody. This is the eternal morality, and I by no means wish to forsake the Kshatriya morality. And, further, this lotus lake hath sprung from the cascades of the mountain, it hath not been excavated in the mansion of Kuvara. Therefore it belongeth equally to all creatures with Vaisravana. In regard to a thing of such a nature, who goeth to beseech another?" Vaisampayana said, having said this unto the Rakshasas, the mighty armed and exceedingly unforbearing Bhimasena of great strength plunged into the lotus lake. Thereat that powerful one was forbidden by the Rakshasas, saying, "Do not do this," and they from all sides began to abuse him in anger. But slighting these Rakshasas, that mighty one of dreadful prowess plunged farther and farther. Now they all prepared for opposing him. And with eyes rolling, they upraised their arms, and rushed in wrath at Bhimasena, exclaiming, "Seize him! Bind him! HEWM! We shall cook Bhimasena, and eat him up." Thereupon that one of great force, taking his ponderous and mighty mace inlaid with golden plates, like unto the mace of Yama himself, turned towards those, and then said, Stay. At this, they darted at him with vehemence, brandishing lances, and axes, and other weapons. And wishing to destroy Bhima, the dreadful and fierce Kauravas surrounded Bhima on all sides. But that one, being endued with strength, had been begotten by Vayu in the womb of Kunti, and he was heroic and energetic, and the slayer of foes, and ever devoted to virtue and truth, and incapable of being vanquished by enemies through prowess. Accordingly, this high-souled Bhima, defeating all the maneuvers of the foes, and breaking their arms, killed on the banks of the lake more than 100, commencing with the foremost. And then, witnessing his prowess and strength, and the force of his skill, and also the might of his arms, and unable to bear the onset, those prime heroes all of a sudden fled on all sides in bands. Beaten and pierced by Bhimasena, those Kauravas quitted the field of battle, and in confusion quickly fled towards the Kailasa cliff, supporting themselves in the sky. Having thus, by the exercise of his prowess, defeated those hosts, even as Sakra had defeated the armies of Daityas and Danavas, he, Bhima, now that he had conquered the enemy, plunged into the lake and began to gather the lotuses, with the object of gaining his purpose. And as he drank of the waters, like unto nectar, his energy and strength were again fully restored, and he fell to plucking and gathering Saugandika lotuses of excellent fragrance. On the other hand, the Kauravas, being driven by the might of Bhima and exceedingly terrified, presented themselves before the Lord of Wealth, and gave an exact account of Bhima's prowess and strength in fight. Hearing their words, the god, Kuvara, smiled and then said, Let Bhima take for Krishna as many lotuses as he likes. This is already known to me. Thereupon, taking the permission of the Lord of Wealth, those Rakshasas, renouncing anger, went to that foremost of the Kurus, and in that lotus lake beheld Bhima alone, disporting in delight. Mahabharata, Book 3, Section 154. Vaisampayana said, Then, O best of the Bharatas, Bhima began to collect those rare unearthly, variegated, and fresh flowers in abundance. And it came to pass that a high and violent wind, piercing to the touch, and blowing about gravels, arose, portending battle. And frightful meteors began to shoot, with thundering sounds. And being enveloped by darkness, the sun became pale, his rays being obscured. And on Bhima displaying his prowess, dreadful sounds of explosion rang through the sky. And the earth began to tremble, and dust fell in showers. And the points of the heavens became reddened. And beasts and birds began to cry in shrill tones. And everything became enveloped in darkness, and nothing could be distinguished. And other evil omens besides these appeared there. Witnessing these strange phenomena, Dharma's son Yudhishthira, the foremost of speakers, said, Who is it that will overcome us? Ye Pandavas who take delight in battle, good betide you. Do ye equip yourselves? From what I see, I infer that the time for the display of our prowess hath drawn nigh. Having said this, the king looked around. Then, not finding Bhima, that represser of foes, Dharma's son, Yudhishthira, inquired of Krishna and the twins standing near regarding his brother, Bhima, the doer of dreadful deeds in battle, saying, O Panchali, is Bhima intent upon performing some great feat, or hath that one delighting in daring deeds already achieved some brave deed? Portending some great danger, these omens have appeared all around, indicating a fearful battle. When Yudhishthira said this, his beloved queen, the high-minded Krishna of sweet smiles, answered him, in order to remove his anxiety. O king, that Saugandika lotus which today had been brought by the wind, I had out of love duly shown unto Bhimasena, and I had also said unto that hero, If thou canst find many of this species, procuring even all of them, do thou return speedily, O Pandava, that mighty armed one, with the view of gratifying my desire, may have gone towards the northeast to bring them. Having heard these words of hers, the king said unto twins, Let us together follow the path taken by Vrkodara. Let the Rakshasas carry those Brahmanas that are fatigued and weak. O Gatakacha, O thou like unto a celestial, do thou carry Krishna. I am convinced, and it is plain that Bhima hath dived into the forest, for it is long since he hath gone, and in speed he resembleth the wind, and in clearing over the ground he is swift like unto Vinata's son, and he will ever leap into the sky, and alight at his will. O Rakshasas, we shall follow him through your prowess. He will not at first do any wrong to the Siddhas versed in the Vedas. O best of the Bharatas, saying, so be it, Hidimava's son and the other Rakshasas who knew the quarter where the lotus lake of Kuvara was situated, started cheerfully with Lomesa, bearing the Pandavas, and many of the Brahmanas. Having shortly reached that spot, they saw that romantic lake covered with Saugandika and other lotuses and surrounded by beautiful woods. And on its shores they beheld the high-souled and vehement Bhima, as also the slaughtered Yakshas of large eyes, with their bodies, eyes, arms, and thighs smashed, and their heads crushed. And on seeing the high-souled Bhima, standing on the shore of that lake in an angry mood, and with steadfast eyes, and biting his lip, and stationed on the shore of the lake with his mace upraised by his 2 hands, like unto Yama with his mace in his hand at the time of the universal dissolution, Yudhishthira the just embraced him again and again, and said in sweet words, O Kante, what hast thou done? Good betide thee. If thou wishest to do good unto me, thou shouldst never again commit such a rash act, nor offend the gods. Having thus instructed the son of Kunti, and taken the flowers, those godlike ones began to sport in that very lake. At this instant, the huge-bodied warders of the gardens, equipped with rocks for weapons, presented themselves at the spot. And seeing Yudhishthira the just and the great sage Lomesa and Nakula and Sadeva and also the other foremost of Brahmanas, they all bowed themselves down in humility. And being pacified by Yudhishthira the just, the Rakshasas became satisfied. And with the knowledge of Kuvara, those foremost of Kurus for a short time dwelt pleasantly at that spot on the slopes of the Gandhamadana, expecting Arjuna. Mahabharata, Book 3, Section 155. Vyasa said, once upon a time Yudhishthira, while living at that place, addressed Krishna, his brother, and the Brahmanas, saying, by us have been attentively seen one after another sacred and auspicious tirthas, and woods, delightful to behold, which had ere this been visited by the celestials and the high-souled sages, and which had been worshipped by the Brahmanas. And in various sacred asylums we have performed ablutions with Brahmanas, and have heard from them the lives and acts of many sages, and also of many royal sages of yore, and other pleasant stories. And with flowers and water have the gods been worshipped by us. And with offerings of fruits and roots as available at each place we have gratified the Pitris. And with the high-souled ones have we performed ablutions in all sacred and beautiful mountains and lakes, and also in the highly sacred ocean. And with the Brahmanas we have bathed in the Isla, and in the Sarasvati, and in the Sindhu, and in the Yamuna, and in the Narmada, and in various other romantic tirthas. And having passed the source of the Ganga, we have seen many a lovely hill and the Himalaya mountains, inhabited by various species of birds, and also the Jujube named Visala, where there is the hermitage of Nara and Narayana. And, finally, we have beheld this unearthly lake, held in veneration by the Siddhas, the gods, and the sages. In fact, O foremost of Brahmanas, we have one by one carefully seen all celebrated and sacred spots in company with the high-souled Lomesa. Now, O Bhima, how shall we repair to the sacred abode of Vaishravana, inhabited by the Siddhas? Do thou think of the means of entering the same. Vyasa said, when that king had said this, an aerial voice spake, saying, thou wilt not be able to go to that inaccessible spot. By this very way, do thou repair from this region of Kuvara to the place whence thou hadst come, even to the hermitage of Nara and Narayana, known by the name of Vadari. Thence, O Kante, thou wilt repair to the hermitage of Vrishaparva, abounding in flowers and fruit, and inhabited by the Siddhas and the Charanas. Having passed that, O Partha, thou wilt proceed to the hermitage of Arshtasena, and from thence thou wilt behold the abode of Kuvara. Just at that moment the breeze became fresh, and gladsome, and cool, and redolent of unearthly fragrance, and it showered blossoms, and on hearing the celestial voice from the sky, they all were amazed, more especially those earthly rishis and the Brahmanas. On hearing this mighty marvel, the Brahmana Daumya said, this should not be gainsaid. O Bharata, let this be so. Thereupon, King Yudhishthira obeyed him. And having returned to the hermitage of Nara and Narayana, he began to dwell pleasantly, surrounded by Bhimasena and his other brothers, Panchali the Brahmanas. Mahabharata, Book 3, Section 156. Vaisampayana continued, thus dwelling with the Brahmanas in that best of mountains, in expectation of Arjuna's return, when the Pandavas had grown confident and when all those Rakshasas together with Bhima's son had departed. One day while Bhimasena was away, a Rakshasa all of a sudden carried off Yudhishthira the just and the twins and Krishna. That Rakshasa, in the guise of a Brahmana, had constantly remained in the company of the Pandavas, alleging that he was a high-class Brahmana, skilled in counsel, and versed in all the sastras. His object was to possess himself of the bows, the quivers, and the other material implements belonging to the Pandavas, and he had been watching for an opportunity of ravishing Draupadi. And that wicked and sinful one was named Jatasura. And, O King of Kings, Pandu's son, Yudhishthira, had been supporting him, but knew not that wretch like unto a fire covered with ashes. And once on a day while that repressor of foes, Bhimasena, was out a-hunting, he, the Rakshasa, seeing Gatotkacha and his followers scattered in different directions and seeing those vow-observing great rishis, of ascetic wealth, viz., Lomesa and the rest, away for bathing and collecting flowers, assumed a different form, gigantic and monstrous and frightful, and having secured all the arms of the Pandavas, as also Draupadi, that wicked one fled away taking the 3 Pandavas. Thereupon that son of Pandu, Sadeva, extricated himself with exertion, and by force snatched the sword named Kausika from the grasp of the enemy, and began to call Bhimasena, taking the direction in which that mighty one had gone. And on being carried off, Yudhishthira the just addressed him, that Rakshasa, saying, O stupid one, thy merit decreaseth, even by this act of thine. Dost thou not pay heed unto the established order of nature? Whether belonging to the human race, or to the lower orders, all pay regard to virtue, more especially the Rakshasas. In the first instance, they knew virtue better than others. Having considered all these, thou ought to adhere to virtue. O Rakshasa, the gods, the Pitris, the Siddhas, the Rishis, the Gandharvas, the brutes, and even the worms and ants depend for their lives on men, and thou too liveth through that agency. If prosperity attendeth the human race, thy race also prospereth, and if calamities befall the former, even the celestials suffer grief. Being gratified by offerings, do the gods thrive. O Rakshasa, we are the guardians, governors, and preceptors of kingdoms. If kingdoms become unprotected, whence can proceed prosperity and happiness? Unless there be offense, a Rakshasa should not violate a king. O man-eating one, we have committed no wrong, ever so little. Living on Vyasa, we serve the gods and others to the best of our power. And we are never intent upon bowing down to our superiors and Brahmanas. A friend, and one confiding, and he whose food hath been partaken of, and he that hath afforded shelter, should never be injured. Thou hast lived in our place happily, being duly honored. And, O evil-minded one, having partaken of our food, how canst thou carry us off? And as thy acts are so improper, and as thou hast grown in age without deriving any benefit, and as thy propensities are evil, so thou deservest to die for nothing, and for nothing wilt thou die today. And if thou beest really evil-disposed and devoid of all virtue, do thou render us back our weapons and ravish Draupadi after fight. But if through stupidity thou must do this deed, then in the world thou wilt only reap demerit and infamy, O Rakshasa, by doing violence to this female of the human race. Thou hast drunk poison, after having shaken the vessel. Thereupon, Yudhishthira made himself ponderous to the Rakshasa. And being oppressed with the weight, he could not proceed rapidly as before. Then addressing Draupadi, Nakula, and Sadeva, Yudhishthira said, Do ye not entertain any fear of this wretched Rakshasa? I have checked his speed. The mighty armed son of the wind god may not be far away, and on Bhima coming up at the next moment, the Rakshasa will not live. O king, staring at the Rakshasa bereft of sense, Sadeva addressed Yudhishthira, the son of Kunti, saying, What can be more meritorious for a Kshatriya than to fall and fight, or defeat a foe? O repressor of foes, we will fight, and either this one will slay us, or we shall slay him, O mighty armed one. Verily this is the place and time. O king, And, O thou of unfailing prowess, the time hath come for the display of our Kshatriya virtue. It behoveth us to attain heaven either by gaining victory or being slain. If the sun sets today, the Rakshasa living yet, O Bharata, I will not any more say that I am a Kshatriya. Ho! Ho! Rakshasa! Say! I am Pandu's son, Sadeva. Either, after having killed me, carry off this lady, or being slain, lie senseless here. Madri's son, Sadeva, was speaking thus, when Bhimasena made his appearance, with a mace in his hand, like unto Vasva himself wielding the thunderbolt. And here he saw his two brothers and the noble-minded Draupadi on the shoulders of the demon, and Sadeva on the ground rebuking the Rakshasa, and also that stupid Rakshasa himself deprived of sense by fate, going round in different directions through bewilderment caused by destiny. And finding his brothers and Draupadi being carried off, Bhima of mighty strength was fired with wrath, and addressed the Rakshasa, saying, I had ere this found thee out for a wicked wight from thy scrutiny of our weapons, but as I had no apprehension of thee, so I had not slain thee at that time. Thou wert in the disguise of a Brahmana, nor didst thou say anything harsh unto us. And thou didst take delight in pleasing us. And thou also didst not do us wrong. And, furthermore, thou wert our guest. How could I, therefore, slay thee, who wert thus innocent of offense, and who wert in the disguise of a Brahmana? He that knowing such a one to be even a Rakshasa, slayeth him, goes to hell. Further, thou canst not be killed before the time cometh. Surely today thou hast reached the fullness of thy time, inasmuch as thy mind hath been thus turned by the wonder-performing fate towards carrying off Krishna. By committing thyself to this deed, thou hast swallowed up the hook fastened to the line of fate. So like unto a fish in water, whose mouth hath been hooked, how canst thou live today? Thou shalt not have to go whither thou intendest to, or whither thou hadst already gone mentally, but thou shalt go whither have repaired Vaka and Hidimva. Thus addressed by Bhima, the Rakshasa in alarm put them down, and being forced by fate, approached for fight. And with his lips trembling in anger he spake unto Bhima, saying, Wretch! I have not been bewildered, I had been delaying for thee. Today will I offer oblations of thy blood to those Rakshasas who, I had heard, have been slain by thee in fight. Thus addressed, Bhima, as if bursting with wrath, like unto Yama himself at the time of the universal dissolution, rushed towards the Rakshasa, licking the corners of his mouth and staring at him as he struck his own arms with the hands. And seeing Bhima waiting in expectation of fight, the Rakshasa also darted towards him in anger, like unto Vali towards the wielder of the thunderbolt, repeatedly gaping and licking the corners of his mouth. And when a dreadful wrestling ensued between those two, both the sons of Madri, waxing exceeding wroth, rushed forward, but Kunti's son, Vrkodara, forbade them with a smile and said, Witness ye. I am more than a match for this Rakshasa. By my own self and by my brothers, and by my merit, and by my good deeds, and by my sacrifices, do I swear that I shall slay this Rakshasa. And after this was said, those two heroes, the Rakshasa and Vrkodara, challenging each other, caught each other by the arms. And they not forgiving each other, then there ensued a conflict between the infuriated Bhima and the Rakshasa, like unto that between a god and a demon. And repeatedly uprooting trees, those two of mighty strength struck each other, shouting and roaring like two masses of clouds. And those foremost of athletes, each wishing to kill the other, and rushing at the other with vehemence, broke down many a gigantic tree by their thighs. Thus that encounter with trees, destructive of plants, went on like unto that between the two brothers Vali and Sugriva, desirous of the possession of a single woman. Brandishing trees for a moment, they struck each other with them, shouting incessantly. And when all the trees of the spot had been pulled down and crushed into fibers by them endeavoring to kill each other, then, O Bharata, those two of mighty strength, taking up rocks, began to fight for a while, like unto a mountain and a mighty mass of clouds. And not suffering each other, they fell to striking each other with hard and large crags, resembling vehement thunderbolts. Then from strength defying each other, they again darted at each other, and grasping each other by their arms, began to wrestle like unto two elephants. And next they dealt each other fierce blows. And then those two mighty ones began to make chattering sounds by gnashing their teeth. And at length, having clenched his fist like a five-headed snake, Bhima with force dealt a blow on the neck of the Rakshasa. And when struck by that fist of Bhima, the Rakshasa became faint. Bhimasena stood, catching hold of that exhausted one. And then the godlike mighty-armed Bhima lifted him with his two arms, and dashing him with force on the ground, the son of Pandu smashed all his limbs. And striking him with his elbow, he severed from his body the head with bitten lips and rolling eyes, like unto a fruit from its stem. And Jatasura's head being severed by Bhimasena's might, he fell besmeared with gore, and having bitten lips. Having slain Jatasura, Bhima presented himself before Yudhishthira, and the foremost Brahmanas began to eulogize him, Bhima, even as the Marutas eulogize Vasva. Mahabharata, Book 3, Section 157. Vaisampayana continued, on that Rakshasa having been slain, that lord, the royal son of Kunti, returned to the hermitage of Narayana and began to dwell there. And once on a time, remembering his brother Jaya, Arjuna, Yudhishthira summoned all his brothers, together with Draupadi, and said these words, "We have passed these 4 years peacefully ranging the woods. It hath been appointed by Vibhatsu that about the 5th year he will come to that monarch of mountains, the excellent cliff Sweta, ever graced with festivities held by blooming plants and maddened kokilas and black bees, and peacocks, and chatakas, and inhabited by tigers, and boars and buffaloes, and gavayas, and deer, and ferocious beasts, and sacred, and lovely with blown lotuses of 100 and 1,000 petals, and blooming lilies and blue lilies, and frequented by the celestials and the Asuras. And we also, eagerly anxious of meeting him on his arrival, have made up our minds to repair thither. Partha of unrivaled prowess hath appointed with me, saying, I shall remain abroad for 5 years, with the object of learning military science. In the place like unto the region of the gods, shall we behold the wielder of Gandiva arrive after having obtained the weapons. Having said this, the Pandavas summoned the Brahmanas, and the sons of Pritha, having gone round the ascetics of rigid austerities and thereby pleased them, informed them of the matter mentioned above. Thereupon the Brahmanas gave their assent, saying, This shall be attended by prosperity and welfare. O foremost of the Bharatas, these troubles shall result in happiness. O pious one, gaining the earth by the Kshatriya virtue, thou shalt govern it. Then, in obedience to these words of the ascetics, that repressor of foes, Yudhishthira, set out with his brothers and those Brahmanas, followed by the Rakshasa and protected by Lomesa. And that one of mighty energy, and of staunch vows, with his brothers, at places went on foot and at others were carried by the Rakshasas. Then King Yudhishthira, apprehending many troubles, proceeded towards the north, abounding in lions and tigers and elephants. And beholding on the way the mountain Menaka and the base of the Gandhamadana and that rocky mass Sweta and many a crystal rivulet higher and higher up the mountain, he reached on the 17th day the sacred slopes of the Himalayas. And, O king, not far from the Gandhamadana, Pandu's son beheld on the sacred slopes of the Himavant covered with various trees and creepers the holy hermitage of Vrishaparva surrounded by blossoming trees growing near the cascades. And when those repressors of foes, the sons of Pandu, had recovered from fatigue, they went to the royal sage, the pious Vrishaparva, and greeted him. And that royal sage received with affection those foremost of Bharatas, even as his own sons. And those repressors of foes passed their 7 nights, duly regarded. And when the 8th day came, taking the permission of that sage celebrated over the worlds, they prepared to start on their journey. And having one by one introduced unto Vrishaparva those Brahmanas, who, duly honored, remained in his charge as friends, and having also entrusted the high-souled Vrishaparva with their remaining robes, the sons of Pandu, O king, left in the hermitage of Vrishaparva their sacrificial vessels together with their ornaments and jewels. And wise and pious and versed in every duty, and having a knowledge of the past as well as the future, that one gave instructions unto those best of the Bharatas, as unto his own sons. Then taking his permission, those high-souled ones set out towards the north. And as they set out, the magnanimous Vrishaparva followed them to a certain distance. Then having entrusted the Pandavas unto the care of the Brahmanas, and instructed and blessed them and given directions concerning their course, Vrishaparva of mighty energy retraced his steps. Then Kunti's son, Yudhishthira of unfailing prowess, together with his brothers, began to proceed on foot along the mountain path, inhabited by various kinds of beasts. And having dwelt at the mountain slopes, densely overgrown with trees, Pandu's son on the 4th day reached the Sweta mountain, like unto a mighty mass of clouds, abounding in streams and consisting of a mass of gold and gems. And taking the way directed by Vrishaparva, they reached one by one the intended places, beholding various mountains. And over they passed with ease many inaccessible rocks and exceedingly impassable caves of the mountain. And Daumya and Krishna and the Parthas and the mighty sage Lomesa went on in a body, and none grew tired. And those highly fortunate ones arrived at the sacred and mighty mountain, resounding with the cries of birds and beasts, and covered with various trees and creepers, and inhabited by monkeys, and romantic and furnished with many lotus lakes, and having marshes and extensive forests. And then, with their down standing erect, they saw the mountain Gandhamadana, the abode of Kempurushas, frequented by Siddhas and Charanas, and ranged by Vidyadharis and Kanaris, and inhabited by herds of elephants, and thronged with lions and tigers, and resounding with the roars of Sarabhas, and attended by various beasts. And the warlike sons of Pandu gradually entered into the forest of the Gandhamadana, like unto the Nandana gardens, delightful to the mind and heart, and worthy of being inhabited, and having beautiful groves. And as those heroes entered with Draupadi and the high-souled Brahmanas, they heard notes uttered by the mouths of birds, exceedingly sweet and graceful to the ear, and causing delight, and dulcet and broken by reason of excess of animal spirits. And they saw various trees bending under the weight of fruits in all seasons, and ever bright with flowers such as mangoes and hog plums and bovias and pomegranates, citrons and jacks and lakuchas and plantains and aquatic reeds and parvatas and champakas and lovely kadamvas and vilwas, wood apples and rose apples and kasmaris and jujbes and figs and glomerous figs and banyans and aswathas and kurikas and ball atticas and amalkas and bibitakas and angutas and karamartas and tendukas of large fruits, these and many others on the slopes of the Gandhamadana, clustered with sweet and nectarine fruits. And besides these, they beheld champakas and asokas and katakas and vaculas and panagas and saptaparnas and karnakaras and petals and beautiful kutajas and mandaras and lotuses and parihatas and kovidaras and devaderas and salas and palmyra palms and tamalas and pipalas and salmalis and kinsukas and singsapas and saralas, and these were inhabited by chakoras and woodpeckers and chitakas, and various other birds, singing in sweet tones pleasing to the ear. And they saw lakes beautiful on all sides with aquatic birds, and covered all around with kumudas, and pundarikas, and kakanadas, and utpuls, and kalharas, and kamalas, and thronged on all sides with drakes and ruddy geese, and ospreys, and gulls, and karandavas, and plavas, and swans, and cranes, and shags, and other aquatic birds. And those foremost of men saw those lotus lakes beautified with assemblages of lotuses, and ringing with the sweet hum of bees, glad and drowsy on account of having drunk the intoxicating honey of lotuses, and reddened with the farina falling from the lotus cups. And in the groves they beheld with their hens peacocks maddened with desire caused by the notes of cloud trumpets, and those woods-loving glad peacocks drowsy with desire were dancing, spreading in dalliance their gorgeous tails, and were crying in melodious notes. And some of the peacocks were sporting with their mates on kutaja trees covered with creepers. And some sat on the boughs of the kutajas, spreading their gorgeous tails, and looking like crowns worn by the trees. And in the glades they beheld the graceful Sindhuvaras like unto the darts of Cupid. And on the summits of the mountain they saw blooming karnakaras bearing blossoms of a golden hue, appearing like earrings of excellent make. And in the forest they saw blossoming Kauravakas, like unto the shafts of Cupid, which smitteth one with desire and mocketh him uneasy. And they saw Thilikas appearing like unto beauty spots painted on the forehead of the forest. And they saw mango trees graced with blossoms hummed over by black bees, and serving the purpose of Cupid's shafts. And on the slopes of the mountain there were diverse blossoming trees, looking lovely, some bearing flowers of a golden hue, and some of the hue of the forest conflagration, and some red and some sable, and some green like unto lapises. And besides these, there were ranges of salus and tamalas and patalas and vacula trees, like unto garlands put on by the summits of mountain. thus gradually beholding on the slopes of the mountain many lakes, looking transparent like crystal, and having swans of white plumage and resounding with cries of cranes, and filled with lotuses and lilies, and furnished with waters of delicious feel, and also beholding fragrant flowers, and luscious fruits, and romantic lakes, and captivating trees, the Pandavas penetrated into the forest with eyes expanded with wonder. And, as they proceeded, they were fanned by the breeze of balmy feel, and perfumed by kamalas and utpuls and kalharas and pundarikas. Then Yudhishthira pleasantly spake unto Bhima, saying, Ah! O Bhima, beautiful is this forest of the Gandhamadana. In this romantic forest there are various heavenly blossoming wild trees and creepers, bedecked with foliage and fruit, nor are there any trees that do not flower. On these slopes of the Gandhamadana, all the trees are of sleek foliage and fruit. And behold how these lotus lakes with full-blown lotuses, and ringing with the hum of black bees, are being agitated by elephants with their mates. Behold another lotus lake girt with lines of lotuses, like unto a second tree in an embodied form wearing garlands. And in this excellent forest there are beautiful ranges of woods, rich with the aroma of various blossoms, and hummed over by the black bees. And, O Bhima, behold on all sides the excellent sporting ground of the celestials. By coming here, we have attained extra-human state, and been blessed. O Partha, on these slopes of the Gandhamadana, yon beautiful blossoming trees, being embraced by creepers with blossoms at their tops, look lovely. And, O Bhima, hark unto the notes of the peacocks crying with their hens on the mountain slopes. And birds such as chakoras, and satapatras, and maddened kokilas, and parrots, are alighting on these excellent flowering trees. And sitting on the twigs, myriads of jivajavakas of scarlet, yellow, and red hues, are looking at one another. And the cranes are seen near the spots covered with green and reddish grass, and also by the side of the cascades. And those birds, bringarajas, and upachakras, and herons are pouring forth their notes charming to all creatures. And, lo! With their mates, these elephants furnished with 4 tusks, and white as lotuses, are agitating that large lake of the hue of lapises. And from many cascades, torrents high as several palmyra palms, placed one upon another, are rushing down from the cliffs. And many argent minerals splendid, and of the effulgence of the sun, and like unto autumnal clouds, are beautifying this mighty mountain. And in some places there are minerals of the hue of the collyrium, and in some those like unto gold, in some yellow orpiment, and in some vermilion, and in some caves of red arsenic like unto the evening clouds, and in some red chalk of the hue of the rabbit, and in some minerals like unto white and sable clouds, and in some those effulgent as the rising sun. These minerals of great luster beautify the mountain. O Partha, as was said by Vrishaparva, the Gandharvas and the Kempurushas, in company with their loves, are visible on the summits of the mountain. And, O Bhima, there are heard various songs of appropriate measures, and also Vedic hymns, charming to all creatures. Do thou behold the sacred and graceful celestial river Mahaganga, with swans, resorted to by sages and kinnaras. And, O repressor of foes, see this mountain having minerals, rivulets, and beautiful woods and beasts, and snakes of diverse shapes, and 100 heads, and kinnaras, Gandharvas, and apsaras. Vyasa said, having attained excellent state, those valiant and warlike repressors of foes with Draupadi and the high-souled Brahmanas were exceedingly delighted at heart, and they were not satiated by beholding that monarch of mountains. Thereafter they saw the hermitage of the royal sage Arstashina, furnished with flowers and trees bearing fruits. Then they went to Arstashina versed in all duties of rigid austerities, skeleton-like, and having muscles bare. Mahabharata, Book 3, Section 158. Vyasa continued, having approached that one, whose sins had been consumed by asceticism, Yudhishthira announced his name, and gladly greeted him, bending his head. And then Krishna, and Bhima, and the devout twins, having bowed down their heads unto the royal sage, stood there, surrounding him. And that priest of the Pandavas, the virtuous Daumya, also duly approached that vow-observing sage. And by his prophetic eye that virtuous Muni had already known the identity of those foremost of the Kurus, the sons of Pandu. And he said unto them, Be ye seated. and that one of rigid austerities, after having duly received that chief of the Kurus, when the latter with his brothers had seated himself, inquired after his welfare, saying, Dost thou not turn thy inclination upon untruth? And art thou intent upon virtue? And, O Partha, hath not thy attention to thy father and thy mother diminished? Are all thy superiors, and the aged, and those versed in the Vedas, honored by thee? And O Pritha's son, dost thou not turn thy inclination unto sinful acts? And dost thou, O best of the Kurus, properly know how to perform meritorious acts, and to eschew wicked deeds? Dost thou not exalt thyself? And are pious men gratified, being honored by thee? And even dwelling in the woods, dost thou follow virtue alone? And, O Partha, doth not Daimya grieve at thy conduct? Dost thou follow the customs of thy ancestors, by charity, and religious observances, and asceticism, and purity, and candor, and forgiveness? And dost thou go along the way taken by the royal sages? On the birth of a son in their respective lines, the Pitris in their regions both laugh and grieve, thinking, will the sinful acts of this son of ours harm us, or will meritorious deeds conduce to our welfare? He conquereth both the worlds that payeth homage unto his father, and mother, and preceptor, and Agni, and fifthly, the soul. Yudhishthira said, O worshipful one, those duties have been mentioned by thee as excellent. To the best of my power I duly and properly discharge them. Arstashina said, during the Parva sages subsisting on air and water come unto this best of the mountains ranging through the air. And on the summits of the mountain are seen amorous Kempurushas with their paramours, mutually attached unto each other, as also, O Partha, many Gandharvas and Apsaras clad in white silk vestments, and lovely-looking Vidyadharas, wearing garlands, and mighty Nagas, and Suparnas, and Uragas, and others. And on the summits of the mountain are heard, during the Parvas, sounds of kettle drums, and tabors, shells, and mridangas. O foremost of the Bharatas, even by staying here, ye shall hear those sounds, do ye by no means feel inclined to repair thither. Further, O best of the Bharata race, it is impossible to proceed beyond this. That place is the sporting region of the celestials. There is no access thither for mortals. O Bharata, at this place all creatures bear ill will to, and the Rakshasas chastise, that man who committeth aggression, be it ever so little. Beyond the summit of this Kailasa cliff is seen the path of the celestial sages. If any one through impudence goeth beyond this, the Rakshasas slay him with iron darts and other weapons. There, O child, during the Parvas, he that goeth about on the shoulders of men, even Vaisravana, is seen in pomp and grandeur surrounded by the Apsaras. And when that lord of all the Rakshasas is seated on the summit, all creatures behold him like unto the sun arisen. O best of Bharatas, that summit is the sporting garden of the celestials, and the Danavas, and the Siddhas, and Vaisravana. And during the Parvas, as Tumburu entertaineth the Lord of Treasures, the sweet notes of his song are heard all over the Gandhamadana. O child, O Yudhishthira, here during the Parvas, all creatures see and hear marvels like this. O Pandavas, till ye meet with Arjuna, do ye stay here, partaking of luscious fruits, and the food of the Munis. O child, as thou hast come hither, do thou not betray any impertinence. And, O child, after living here at thy will and diverting thyself as thou listest, thou wilt at length rule the earth, having conquered it by the force of thy arms. Mahabharata, Book 3, Section 159. Janamejaya said, How long did my great-grandsires, the high-souled sons of Pandu of matchless prowess, dwell in the Gandhamadana mountain? And what did those exceedingly powerful ones, gifted with manliness, do? And what was the food of those high-souled ones, when those heroes of the worlds dwelt there? O excellent one, do thou relate all about this. Do thou describe the prowess of Bhimasena, and what that mighty armed one did in the mountain Himalayan. Surely, O best of Brahmanas, he did not fight again with the Ikshas. And did they meet with Vaisravana? Surely, as Arstashina said, the Lord of wealth cometh thither. All this, O thou of ascetic wealth, I desire to hear in detail. Surely, I have not yet been fully satisfied by hearing about their acts. Vyasa continued, having heard from that one of incomparable energy, Arstashina, that advice conducive to their welfare, those foremost of the Bharatas, began to behave always accordingly. Those best of men, the Pandavas, dwelt upon the Himavan, partaking of the food eaten by the Munis, and luscious fruit, and the flesh of deer killed with unpoisoned shafts and various kinds of pure honey. Living thus, they passed the 5th year, hearing to various stories told by Lomesa. O Lord, saying, I shall be present when occasion Ariseth, Gatotkacha, together with all the Rakshasas, had ere this already gone away. Those magnanimous ones passed many months in the hermitage of Arstashina, witnessing many marvels. And as the Pandavas were sporting there pleasantly, there came to see them some complacent vow-observing Munis and Charanas of high fortune and pure souls. And those foremost of the Bharata race conversed with them on earthly topics. And it came to pass that when several days has passed, Suparna all of a sudden carried off an exceedingly powerful and mighty Naga, living in the large lake. And thereupon that mighty mountain began to tremble, and the gigantic trees break. And all the creatures and the Pandavas witnessed the wonder. Then from the brow of that excellent mountain, the wind brought before the Pandavas various fragrant and fair blossoms. And the Pandavas, and the illustrious Krishna, together with their friends, saw those unearthly blossoms of 5 hues. And as the mighty-armed Bhimasena was seated at ease upon the mountain, Krishna addressed him, saying, O best of the Bharata race, in the presence of all the creatures, these flowers of 5 hues, carried by the force of the wind raised by Suparna, are falling in a main on the river Aswaratha. And Kandava, thy high-souled brother, firm in promise, had baffled Gandharvas and Nagas and Vasva himself, and slain fierce Rakshasas, and also obtained the bow Gandiva. Thou also art of exceeding prowess, and the might of thy arms is great, and irrepressible, and unbearable like unto the might of Sakra. O Bhimasena, terrified with the force of thy arms, let all the Rakshasas betake themselves to the 10 cardinal points, leaving the mountain. Then will thy friends be freed from fear and affliction, and behold the auspicious summit of this excellent mountain furnished with variegated flowers. O Bhima, I have for long cherished this thought in my mind, that protected by the might of thy arms, I shall see that summit. Thereupon, like a high-mettled bull that hath been struck, Bhimasena, considering himself as censured by Draupadi, could not bear that. And that Pandava of the gait of a lion or a bull, and graceful, and generous, and having the splendor of gold, and intelligent, and strong, and proud, and sensitive, and heroic, and having red eyes, and broad shoulders, and gifted with the strength of mad elephants, and having leonine teeth and a broad neck, and tall like a young sala tree, and high-souled, and graceful in every limb, and of neck having the whorls of a shell and mighty armed, took up his bow plated at the back with gold, and also his sword. And haughty like unto a lion, and resembling a maddened elephant, that strong one rushed towards that cliff, free from fear or affliction. And all the creatures saw him equipped with bows and arrows, approaching like a lion or a maddened elephant. And free from fear or affliction, the Pandava taking his mace, proceeded to that monarch of mountains, causing the delight of Draupadi. And neither exhaustion, nor fatigue, nor lassitude, nor the malice of others affected that son of Pritha and the wind god. And having arrived at a rugged path affording passage to one individual only, that one of great strength ascended that terrible summit high as several palmyra palms, placed one upon another. And having ascended that summit, and thereby gladdened Kinnaras, and great Nagas, and Munis, and Gandharvas, and Rakshasas, that foremost of the Bharata line, gifted with exceeding strength, described the abode of Vaisravana, adorned with golden crystal palaces surrounded on all sides by golden walls having the splendor of all gems, furnished with gardens all around, higher than a mountain peak, beautiful with ramparts and towers, and adorned with doorways and gates and rows of pennons. And the abode was graced with dallying damsels dancing around, and also with pennons waved by the breeze. And with bent arms, supporting himself on the end of his bow, he stood beholding with eagerness the city of the Lord of Treasures. And gladdening all creatures, there was blowing a breeze, carrying all perfumes, and of a balmy feel. And there were various beautiful and wonderful trees of diverse hues, resounding with diverse dulcet notes. And at that place the foremost of the Bharatas surveyed the palace of the lord of the Rakshasas, scattered with heaps of gems, and adorned with variegated garlands. And renouncing all care of life, the mighty armed Bhimasena stood motionless like a rock, with his mace and sword and bow in his hands. Then he blew his shell, making the down of his adversary stand erect, and twanging his bowstring, and striking his arms with the hands, he unnerved all the creatures. Thereat, with their hair standing erect, the Yakshas and Rakshasas began to rush towards the Pandavas in the direction of those sounds. And taken by the arms of the Yakshas and Rakshasas, the flamed maces and clubs and swords and spears and javelins and axes, and when, O Bharata, the fight ensued between the Rakshasas and Bhima, the latter by arrows cut off the darts, javelins, and axes of those possessing great powers of illusion, and he of exceeding strength with arrows pierced the bodies of the roaring Rakshasas, both of those that were in the sky, and of those that remained on the earth. And Bhima of exceeding strength was deluged with the mighty sanguine rain sprung from the bodies of the Rakshasas, with maces and clubs in their hands, and flowing on all sides from their persons. And the bodies and hands of the Yakshas and Rakshasas were seen to be struck off by the weapon discharged by the might of Bhima's arms. And then all the creatures saw the graceful Pandava densely surrounded by the Rakshasas, like unto the sun enveloped by clouds. And even as the sun surrounds everything with his rays, that mighty armed and strong one of unfailing prowess covered all with arrows, destroying foes. And although menacing and uttering yells, the Rakshasas did not see Bhima embarrassed. Thereupon, with their bodies mangled, the Yakshas afflicted by fear, Bhimasena began to utter frightful sounds of distress, throwing their mighty weapons. And terrified at the wielder of a strong bow, they fled towards the southern quarter, forsaking their maces and spears and swords and clubs and axes. And then there stood, holding in his hands darts and maces, the broad-chested and mighty-armed friend of Vaisravana, the Rakshasa named Maniman. And that one of great strength began to display his mastery and manliness. And seeing them forsake the fight, he addressed them with a smile, going to Vaisravana's abode, "How will ye say unto that lord of wealth, that numbers have been defeated by a single mortal in battle?" Having said this unto them, that Rakshasa, taking in his hands clubs and javelins and maces, set out and rushed towards the Pandava. And he rushed in a mane like a maddened elephant. Bhimasena pierced his sides with 3 choice arrows. And the mighty Maniman, on his part, in wrath taking and flourishing a tremendous mace, hurled it at Bhimasena. Thereupon Bhimasena, beset with innumerable shafts sharpened on stones, hurled that mighty mace in the sky, dreadful, and like unto the lightning flash. But on reaching the mace those shafts were baffled, and although discharged with force by that adept at hurling the mace, still they could not stay its career. Then the mighty Bhima of dreadful prowess baffled the Rakshasas, discharged by resorting to his skill in mace fighting. In the meanwhile, the intelligent Rakshasa had discharged a terrible iron club, furnished with a golden shaft. And that club, belching forth flames and emitting tremendous roars, all of a sudden pierced Bhima's right arm and then fell to the ground. On being severely wounded by that club, that bowman, Kunti's son, of immeasurable prowess, with eyes rolling in ire, took up his mace. And having taken that iron mace, and laid with golden plates, which caused the fear of foes and brought on their defeat, he darted it with speed towards the mighty Maniman, menacing him and uttering shouts. Then Maniman on his part, taking his huge and blazing dart, with great force discharged it at Bhima, uttering loud shouts. Thereat, breaking the dart with the end of his mace, that mighty armed one skilled in mace fighting speedily rushed to slay him, as Garuda rushed to slay a serpent. Then all of a sudden, advancing ahead in the field, that mighty armed one sprang into the sky, and brandishing his mace hurled it with shouts. And like unto the thunderbolt hurled by Indra, that mace like a pest, with the speed of the wind destroyed the Rakshasa and then fell to the ground. Then all the creatures saw that Rakshasa of terrible strength slaughtered by Bhima, even like a bull slain by a lion. And the surviving Rakshasas, seeing him slain on the ground, went towards the east, uttering frightful sounds of distress. Mahabharata, Book 3, Section 160. Vaisampayana said, hearing various sounds resounding in the caves of the mountain, and not seeing Bhimasena, Kunti's son, Ajatasatru, and the twin sons of Madri and Daumya and Krishna, and all the Brahmanas and the friends of the Pandavas, were filled with anxiety. Thereupon, entrusting Drupadi to the charge of Arstashina and equipped in their arms, those valiant and mighty charioteers together began to ascend the summit of the mountain. And having reached the summit, as those repressors of foes and mighty bowmen and powerful charioteers they were looking about, saw Bhima and those huge Rakshasas of mighty strength and courage weltering in a state of unconsciousness, having been struck down by Bhima. And holding his mace and sword and bow, that mighty armed one looked like Maghavan, after he had slain the Danava hosts. Then on seeing their brother, the Pandavas, who had attained excellent state, embraced him and sat down there. And with those mighty bowmen, that summit looked grand like heaven, graced by those foremost of celestials, the highly fortunate Lokapalas. And seeing the abode of Kuvera and the Rakshasas lying slain on the ground, the king addressed his brother who was seated, saying, "Either it be through rashness or through ignorance, thou hast, O Bhima, committed a sinful act. O hero, as thou art leading the life of an anchorite, this slaughter without cause is unlike thee. Acts, it is asserted by those versed in duties, as are calculated to displease a monarch, ought not to be committed. But thou hast, O Bhimasena, committed a deed which will offend even the gods. He that disregarding profit and duty, turneth his thoughts to sin must, O Partha, reap the fruit of his sinful actions. However, if thou seekest my good, never again commit such a deed." Vaisampayana continued, having said this to his brother, Vircoter the virtuous, the highly energetic and firm-minded son of Kunti, Yudhishthira, versed in the particulars of the science of profit, ceased, and began to reflect on that matter. On the other hand, the Rakshasas that had survived those slain by Bhima fled in a body towards the abode of Kuvera. And they of exceeding fleetness, having speedily reached Vaishravana's abode, began to utter loud cries of distress, being afflicted with the fear of Bhima. And, O king, bereft of their weapons and exhausted, and with their mail besmeared with gore and with disheveled hair, they spake unto Kuvera, saying, O Lord, all thy foremost Rakshasas fighting with maces and clubs and swords and lances and barbed darts have been slain. O Lord of treasures, a mortal, trespassing into the mountain, hath, single-handed, slaughtered all thy Kauravas Rakshasas assembled together. And, O Lord of wealth, there lie the foremost of the Ikshas and Rakshasas senseless and dead, having been struck down, and we have been let off through his favor. And thy friend, Maniman, also hath been slain. All this hath been done by a mortal. Do thou what is proper after this." Having heard this, that lord of all the Iksha hosts, waxing wroth, with eyes reddened in anger, exclaimed, "What?" And hearing of Bhima's second act of aggression, that lord of treasures, the king of the Ikshas, was filled with wrath, and said, "Yoke the horses." Thereat unto a car of the hue of dark clouds, and high as a mountain summit, the yoked steeds having golden garments. And on being yoked unto the car, those excellent horses of his, graced with every noble quality and furnished with the 10 auspicious curls of hair, and having energy and strength, and adorned with various gems, and looking splendid, as if desirous of speeding like the wind, began to neigh at each other, the neighing emitted at the hour of victory. And that divine and effulgent king of the Ikshas set out, being eulogized by the celestials and Gandharvas. And 1,000 foremost Ikshas of reddened eyes and golden luster, and having huge bodies, and gifted with great strength, equipped with weapons and girding on their swords, followed that high-souled lord of treasures. And coursing through the firmament they, the steeds, arrived at the Gandhamadana, as if drawing forward the sky with their fleetness. And with their down standing erect, the Pandavas saw that large assemblage of horses maintained by the Lord of Wealth, and also the high-souled and graceful Kuvera himself, surrounded by the Iksha hosts. And seeing those mighty charioteers, the son of Pandu, possessed of great strength, equipped with bows and swords, Kuvera also was delighted, and he was pleased at heart, keeping in view the task of the celestials. And like unto birds, they, the Ikshas, gifted with extreme celerity, alighted on the summit of the mountain, and stood before them, the Pandavas, with the Lord of Treasures at their head. Then, O Bharata, seeing him pleased with the Pandavas, the Ikshas and the Gandharvas stood there, free from agitation. Then thinking themselves as having transgressed, those high-souled and mighty charioteers, the Pandavas, having bowed down unto that Lord, the giver of wealth, stood surrounding the Lord of treasures with joined hands. And the Lord of Treasures sat on that excellent seat, the elegant Puspaka, constructed by Viswakarma, painted with diverse colors. And thousands of yakshas and rakshasas, some having huge frames and some ears resembling pigs, and hundreds of Gandharvas and hosts of Apsaras sat in the presence of that one seated, even as the celestials sit surrounding him of 100 sacrifices, and wearing a beautiful golden garland on his head and holding in his hands his noose and sword and bow. Bhima stood, gazing at the Lord of Wealth. And Bhimasena did not feel depressed either on having been wounded by the Rakshasas, or even in that plight seeing Kuvera arrive. And that one going about on the shoulders of men, on seeing Bhima stand desirous of fighting with sharpened shafts, said unto Dharma's son, O Partha, all the creatures know thee as engaged in their good. Do thou, therefore, with thy brothers fearlessly dwell on this summit of the mountain. And, O Pandava, be thou not angry with Bhima. These yakshas and rakshasas had already been slain by destiny, thy brother hath been the instrument merely. And it is not necessary to feel shame for the act of impudence that hath been committed. This destruction of the Rakshasas had been foreseen by the gods. I entertain no anger towards Bhimasena. Rather, O foremost of the Bharata race, I am pleased with him, nay, even before coming here, I had been gratified with this deed of Bhima. Vaisampayana said, having spoken thus unto the king, Kuvera said unto Bhimasena, O child, O best of the Kurus, I do not mind this, O Bhima, as in order to please Krishna, thou hast, disregarding the gods and me also, committed this rash act, namely, the destruction of the yakshas and the rakshasas, depending on the strength of thy arms. I am well pleased with thee. O Vrkodara, today I have been freed from a terrible curse. For some offense, that great rishi, Agastya, had cursed me in anger. Thou hast delivered me by this act of thine. O Pandu's son, my disgrace had ere this been fated. No offense, therefore, in any way, attaches unto thee, O Pandava. Yudhishthira said, O divine one, why wast thou cursed by the high-souled Agastya? O God, I am curious to hear about the occasion of that imprecation. I wonder that at that very moment, thou together with thy forces and attendants wast not consumed by the ire of that intelligent one. Thereupon the Lord of Treasures said, At Kusasthali, O king, once there was held a conclave of the gods. And surrounded by grim-visaged yakshas, numbering 300 Mahapadmas, carrying various weapons, I was going to that place. And on the way, I saw that foremost of sages, Agastya, engaged in the practice of severe austerities on the bank of the Yamuna, abounding in various birds and graced with blossoming trees. And, O king, immediately on seeing that mass of energy, flaming and brilliant as fire, seated with upraised arms, facing the sun, my friend, the graceful lord of the Rakshasas, Maniman, from stupidity, foolishness, hauteur, and ignorance discharged his excrement on the crown of that Maharshi. Thereupon, as if burning all the cardinal points by his wrath, he said unto me, Since, O Lord of Treasures, in thy very presence, disregarding me, this thy friend hath thus affronted me, he, together with thy forces, shall meet with destruction at the hands of a mortal. And, O wicked-minded one, thou also, being distressed on account of thy fallen soldiers, shalt be freed from thy sin, on beholding that mortal. But if they follow thy behests, the soldiers, powerful sons, shall not incur by this dreadful curse. This curse I received formerly from that foremost of rishis. Now, O mighty king, have I been delivered by thy brother Bhima. Present you by HinduMonastery.com.